Hello, everyone, and welcome to FIDE Women's Candidate Pool B Tournament. After first break, here we are, and we have a very interesting situation, which we're going to talk a lot about today. Let me introduce ourselves. We are your commentators, Grandmaster Arturs, Neiksans, and myself, Keti Tsatsalashvili.
Hello, Keti. Again, we are back after rest day yesterday when the players were enjoying the sights of the Uzbekistan ancient city of Khiva. We are going to talk about it a bit later. So here today we have the round 3 of the Pool B FIDE Women Candidates Tournament. 2 matchups. First one is going to be Alexandra Gryachkina with black color against Alexandra Kostanyuk. And then the second matchup we have Tan Zhongyi playing against Katrina Lagno. And I believe that the game will start in about 1 or 2 minutes. And there's going to be some special guests, Keti, who are going to make the first move. So it's going to be Nilofar Yakubayeva, the woman Grandmaster, and also woman FIDE Master, Umida Omanova. So they are going to be the special guests, execute this ceremonial first move. But you know, I'm not really sure if the players are actually obliged to make the move that is played by the guests.
No, you can take back your move for sure. It's just the move that guests are making. Nothing really deep is with that move. They can make move like B3, they can move like A4, and we have seen some funny situations too when special guests are making some funny moves. Seems like we already had this ceremony, have we? Or they are
right, okay, it seems the first move already has been made. Okay, my bad. My bad. All right, here we go. So the players are already ready to start. So they apparently made the first move a bit earlier. That's why we missed it. But anyway, I mean, still, this is a ceremonial thing. I think we are going to be able to watch it a bit later. Yep, the players are ready. They're shaking their hands. And the game starts.
Yep, so we're going to have 1e4 and 1d4. We have 1e4, Artur.
Yep.
2 Alexandras, and in the other game, I think Tan Zhongyi made d4.
I don't really see from here, from this angle, but we're looking at previous games of 2 Alexandras. Kostanyuk this time again with white color. She was opening most of the games with e4, so that's why once again this is essentially the repeat of game 1. You remember this, right, dear viewers? This very exciting Berlin, or the so-called anti-Berlin, right, where it was Gryachkina who actually had excellent winning chances, but then in the time trouble she did not find the most optimal way, and it finished in a draw.
That is right. So let's see what white pieces and day off brings to Alexandra Kostanyuk in 2 games. She was really struggling. In the interview, Gryachkina said that she hasn't played chess for a long time and she still needs some warm-up games. And also she said that she had a lot of possibilities, some possibilities, but so far this is just a start of the tournament. All these interviews are now open on FIDE YouTube channel. You guys can check it out to know more details about the players. They are interviewed right after the game, so their emotions are very interesting. Their insights are very interesting after the round, so that's worth it to check indeed. This is another match, Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. Here we have a bit of different situation, right? Tan Zhongyi said yesterday at the interview that she was feeling a little bit pressed in this Moscow gambit, as Lagno was playing really fast and it was her preparation, obviously. But Tan Zhongyi managed to stay strong and equalize the position with black pieces and achieve a draw, which she said that she was very satisfied. So, Artur, so far we had 4 games and we had 4 draws as well.
Right. Despite the fact that games have been rather peaceful, I think it was, in all of the games, a very interesting theoretical struggle, perhaps with a minor exception of the Ante-Berlin game in the first round, the first game between Kostanyuk and Garachkina, where the game was more maneuvering-based. You remember, Keti, right? This Black Knight maneuvering 15 or 20 moves in total in the game, and still Black was doing all right. Very, very interesting strategic battle. But still, the games were more or less balanced, which John says also for the black color, and that's why I think that all of the results here are possible. And here we see the very nice zoom into the game of Kostanyuk against Garachkina. And I think we see a bit odd Italian game on the board.
That's right. We have this very symmetrical position. We can see both bishops on c5 and c4, knights on c3 and c6, another knights on f3 and f6, pawns in the center, e4, e5. So that's, if now Garachkina plays d6, this is a total symmetrical position, which is funny. And for sure, all of us had the situation in childhood when our opponent was trying to copycat us, or maybe we were trying to do the same. And check it out, what happens if you play every single move just like your opponent. Have you tried that, Artur?
I have tried it, but unfortunately, black is at disadvantage, right? Because at some point, right, I mean, you have to make a different move. It could be either a check, and as far as I know, you cannot really give a counter check, or there's a first trade happening, and usually when you blindly follow the repetition, I think there's this very famous line in the bishop b5 line, the 4 knights variation, where you can repeat the moves, copycat the player for quite a number of moves, but then at some point later, you simply have to stop.
That's right. First glass of the water has been brought here by Alexandra. Players definitely are losing a lot of energy and need some kind of drinks. It can be tea, coffee, or water, or any kind of juice. It is very nice atmosphere usually at the playing venues. I was attending Grand Prix Pool A in Monaco, and they had the side corner and the table with a lot of snacks, all kind of fruit, drinks, and they had these refreshment possibilities too. So that is really very nice to have these chances. Artur, my first thought of these two games, what I have seen so far, is that two Alexandros are having this heavy opening situation here. They're going to go to these very deep lines. And in Tanjongi, Katerina Lachno, we have here Gambit, as I see. The pawn on c4 is something that I can spot from the distance in the camera, which means that whenever we have this Gambit situations, the games are more complicated in that case.
Right, Keti, absolutely. And I will check very quickly if something like this has been played before, because this is not the first time when Lagno is playing some sort of a Queen's Gambit accepted, although a bit weird version. Let me check it very quickly. No, this is a first. I don't think they have played it before.
Yeah.
So let's go back move by move and trying to figure out where's the big idea here. So after d4, d5, c4. So most famously, there is a choice for black, right? So I mean, either you accept the pawn on c4 and suffer perhaps some consequences, because after d takes on c4, white can get a strong pawn center, recapture the pawn, and this is actually a very huge branch of theory. So let's not dwell on this. But here's the big point is, I mean, black can say yes or no. So essentially, this is where the name of Queen's Gambit accepted or declined derives, right? But this is a bit odd, because here, after knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, this is still d takes on c4, so I'm not really sure how to properly name it, Keti. It's Queen Gambit accepted delayed. I'm not really sure what's the right word.
I'm so bad with the names. I had really awkward situation when this Queen's Gambit boom was happening to all the chess players. I was one of the players who has been interviewed by, these mega TVs. And I think it was Sky News that interviewed me about Queen's Gambit. And in the end, they asked me if I can show what is Queen's Gambit. And I showed only first move d4, and I didn't show c4 and d takes c4 is a Queen's Gambit actually to take the pawn, because I was so stressed. I couldn't hear properly really what was going on, and there was a little bit embarrassing moment for a chess player, for a woman grandmaster, to show only one move out of two and say that that's a Queen's Gambit. And then after his second, the interview was done, I was receiving a lot of messages, DMs with the screenshots of the actual Queen's Gambit.
So I hope nobody sent you a book.
So, that was a weird situation, and I was like, oh no. But it happens. Obviously, we know so basically, Gambit is something when the opponent sacrifices the pawn and you accept this. So it can be declined Gambit or it can be accepted Gambit.
Right, and here Black accepts d takes on c4. There's a lot of moves that Black can do. There's a very popular bishop b4 system. Black can play a bit more positional bishop e7. There's the Tarrasch systems with c5 idea. There's the c6, which leads to Botvinnik after bishop g5. So all of the moves pretty much are legal here. But here, after d takes on e4. Now, one of the things that Black usually does here is she accepts a pawn on c4, but the idea is not to hold on to the pawn. The idea is to be extremely aggressive with the choices in the center. So think about moves like b5, think about moves like c5, right? So that you are undermining this strong pawn formation. And for example, here, something like bishop e7 would not make any sense at all, because now after this bishop c4, the obvious question is, why do you give up the center on d4 just like that for no good reason?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Another little detail, Artur, is that when you take the pawn on c4, usually you want light square bishop of white from f1 to be already developed either on e2 or d3, which means that this bishop will lose a time to take the pawn on c4. And now, at this moment, bishop can capture the c4 pawn from the starting position, which means that white can win extra tempo here, which is a lot in the opening, right? When you're starting with black pieces. So bishop b4 actually drops the pawn on c4, but if you take this pawn on c4, the knight on c3 is pinned, and you're gonna lose another central pawn on e4. And
this is actually a theory, right? I think so. There's this very popular line after the short castle, accepting the second pawn. Not totally sure what was the problem. I think it was something like bishop a3, right? Maybe even rook b1 is a possibility.
B1. I've played once.
Rook b1. Okay, so you know it better than me. So it was, once again, here, takes, castle, knight c3, b takes. So this is risky. Rook b1, bishop a3 is an issue. Maybe knight g5 ideas. So black normally doesn't do this. And here, probably you know it better, Keti. What's the current status of this, what was it, bishop e7 or bishop d6? Black is up a pawn, but behind in development.
As I remember, it was a preparation. It was a full preparation from my coach. And I was with black pieces. I captured the pawn on c3, and then I tried to hold it. So as I know, it's not so good. This 94 is not so good line here. I mean, to go to this line is not the greatest. So, yeah, white did not respond to take the pawn on c4, right?
Yeah, but white played bishop g5 anyway, so that's why I'm a bit curious. I mean, what's the current word? Because here's the thing. Theory is changing all the time, and there's this thing that's called repetition of a certain variation, and it changes constantly. For example, there's one of the longest discussions I've ever heard is like the Botvinnik variation, right, where the theory goes up to 40 moves, And sometimes the reputation changes completely unplayable to perfectly sound, and etc. Somebody discovers a new idea, unplayable, perfectly sound again, once again. But I'm talking at the highest levels. So yeah, of course, with the help of the modern chess engines, new ideas are brought up. But anyway, I mean, bishop g5 is, of course, perfectly legit move because white stops knight e4, pins the knight, and after h6, in order to protect the pawn, you simply have to take it and snatch here.
Yeah, this happens in some of the openings in Rogozin, where white gives up the dark square bishop. But to be honest, then this queen on f6 stands really weird, and you don't like to be under some e5 moves, or you don't really know how to develop your knight, where to bring. Usually knight would feel very good on f6 on the king side to guard the king. So very often this queen goes back on d8 or even e7 to make sure that it has a proper square. So white is gaining here a lot of tempis, and also white has a center, and that's why all of this giving up the bishop for the knight compensates, this center compensates this idea of white. So it is interesting choice of the opening from both sides, and seems like this will not be a peaceful game at all.
Right. It's also a theoretical struggle, and I find it very interesting because I'm always fascinated by this complex approach to bishops versus leading development. It's really one of the driving forces at the highest level, so that in case the viewer, you don't notice, the two bishop concept is one of the absolute favorite minimal advantages that usually the stronger side chooses. And the idea is you get the two bishops and you want to open the position at some point later. For example, here black has the dark square bishop, and the idea is that in some long distance scenario, this bishop is going to dominate the dark squares because white is missing the dark square bishop. So it seems that black is happy, he has the two bishops, but white has the center and white has the leading development. And that's why it's a very interesting struggle. Who is right? So what is stronger? Is the leading development and the center, which is missing the dark square bishop, more important, or is it the two bishops and thinking long term, trying to capitalize on it? I guess we're going to find it out.
We're going to find out. Myself, I have struggled because I really like this center, and I also like the pair of bishops. So it's a huge struggle in my head right now to see this game. Black responded really nicely here. She strikes back in the center, and the fact that white controls the center better. Now this c5 asks some questions. Do you really have that much space and the strength in the center?
Yeah, so black immediately is trying to destroy black centers. So all of this, I think, is still theory. Knight b5. Maybe worth mentioning here, black is probably not in the mood to take on c3 here, but not allowing knight b5 jump because takes. Now this pawn on c3 secures the pawn on d4. And usually this leads to some Tarrasch or Grunfeld typical positions where white's chances are usually better and the black queen on f6 is not really ideal. So that's why black takes on c takes on d4, and it's all about the order of the moves here, Keti. Because if now white plays, let's say something like, let's start maybe with the obvious move, which maybe is keeping our viewers wondering, why not queen d4? Because you could take it here and possibly snatch on c3. And now the big question is, what do you have for this weak pawn on c3? Because black is going to play moves like king e7, bishop d7, and rook c8, while having no obvious weaknesses in his position.
Yeah, this is absolutely not worth it here to go here in this position with white, because all of you have done in the opening, you created the weakness for yourself, and black structure looks amazing here. Only thing in this kind of structures is the light square bishop. Also in this position, I'm sure white will build up the game against the light square bishop, because very often in most of the openings we're struggling with this one. But right now, the bishop is not out there. The question is not there. The question is how we are going to avoid knight to c7 fork.
Also, I think white is having this idea at some point to play e5. Queen e2, queen e4, bishop d3, and this idea has been around for pretty much forever. And the idea is to build up some sort of a battery on this b1 h7 diagonal if black is going to castle short. So first, of course, black needs to deal with the issue of knight c7 check. And even without knowing any theory, I think the most obvious move here is queen e7 or queen d8. What do you think, Keti?
Yes, I have checked what are the moves here, and queen e7 and queen d8 is one of the main moves here. Another third move, which looks to be existing, is knight to a6. But I have my thoughts about this move. Knight a6, yes, stops the knight c7 to come, but I don't like this knight to be in the edge of the board. Then the chance to get this knight in the game is not that great. And we were talking about the queen's position on f6 is not that nice. So if we can do two things at the same time with queen e7 or queen d8 to improve the queen's position and also guard the weakness, I think that's a very good deal. So my first thought here would be queen to e7.
Right. I definitely agree, Keti. And also one thing about the knight a6 move is that, of course, chess is full of exceptions. Chess is incredibly concrete, right? So there very often the rules can be broken. But I still believe that positioning the knight on the edge of the board for no good reason, if you have a better move, is probably not the best choice. So I think here Katerina is either trying to remember what to play after queen e7 or queen d8, or there's also a very unlikely scenario she's out of the book. But I don't think so, really, because if she plays the line of, once again, this entire system of d takes, bishop b4, there definitely has to be an expectation. Maybe she was mostly ready for the bishop takes on c4 idea, this knight e4, short castle, and whatever is the current repetition of this line. I guess black is holding it. But here, after knight b5, probably it's not something she checked very recently. Yeah.
Our chat says knight a6, and for the moment they suggested, we thought like, no, it's going in the edge of the board and so on. But the move exists. It's possible to play, and it avoids the threats, of course. There is one very funny game that has been played after queen to d8. So let's check it out for like a couple of moves. After queen to d8, white played queen to a4 to bring the queen on this diagonal, attack the bishop. Black goes with queen to a5.
Yeah, otherwise there is discovered check knight c7 double.
Yeah, so knight c6 is the only move here. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
Knight c6 to guard the bishop and cut the diagonal. And now knight b to d4. Once again, we want to take the knight on c6 and take the bishop. So here, only move to avoid all this drama is queen to a5. If you trade the queens, I take with a knight, your bishop is under attack, I have one tempo. Bishop b5 is a very strong move. Again, there are some threats. And bishop to d7 here.
Oh, that's very precise, yeah?
Yeah, okay. Or take queen first and then bishop to d7. But anyway, we can get this kind of endgame with the c6 pawn being weakened. So what do you think this kind of endgame? Who stands here better?
Definitely white, Keti. You know, I think this is a nightmare scenario for black because this is no equality. I mean, there could be some discussions that if the white pawn was standing on a3, then maybe black would have the counterplay against the pawn on b2. But white is simply going to position at some point the knight on c4, play rook c1, rook c2, maybe f4, king f2, king f3. This pawn on c6 is eternal weakness. And I think that really competitive players, they simply don't want to go here because you are about to be tortured for most of the game. And this is pretty much the maximum that white is hoping to extract from the opening. So that's why I think the entire system, once again, queen a4, very nice move, threatening this double check on c7. So it's a check not only from the knight, it's also a check from the queen. So knight c6, knight e4, queen a5, bishop b5. These are very easy moves. And I think that also for black, she should figure out that this is probably an issue. So that being said, Keti, I think that after, what was this? After knight b5, probably queen e7 is the most solid response because now this bishop is defended.
That's right. Although after queen to e7, there's also a very nice follow-up here. Let's say there are a few moves here, starting with a3 to understand where this bishop goes, knight to d4, but there's also queen d4 move. And this is very interesting because there is a double attack on g7 pawn and on a7 pawn. I have not
Don't
seen
tell me you're going to take the pawn on a7 here, really?
So here black castles for sure to for the development for pawn on not hanging on g7. And now knight a7 is possible.
Really? Yes. You're going to take it. Wow.
And at this point, so far two game has been played. One was bishop c5, and that end game after knight to c8, rook to c8, or middle game. We can still call it a middle game, which we have to evaluate the position. I don't know who stands here better. Is big advantage here for white?
Well, white is definitely better, but because, I mean, white enjoys the extra pawn, but I'm not sure if black has some sort of a compensation. I mean, it's difficult to tell because, for example, something like queen d3, knight c6, black does control some dark squares. But if white is accurate, at the end of the day, black is simply down a pawn. Right, so white could play something like a3, queen e2. Maybe there's a way for black to force the obstacle or bishop endgame. At some moment, play moves like, let's say, okay, let me just make some moves just to prove my point. Let's say a3, something here, knight e5, and queen e5. And then, you know, because you have the obstacle or bishop, you are sort of holding the position, but it's holding, right? I mean, you're doing nothing more. And again, it's quite unpleasant. And from a practical point of view, white probably has some winning chances here.
Yep, that's right. So another thing is if after knight a7, if we go to that line, queen 7 takes on d4, castles, knight a7, and here black plays bishop to d7 to avoid the trade of the bishop and the knight. And now the threat is bishop c5. So white has to rush back on b5 with knight. And after this, black has played knight to c6, attack the queen, and then rook to f8. And to play this position, at least black is well done with the developing, right? But pawn is a pawn. So this is
a pawn is a
confusing.
pawn. I like that, Keti. A pawn is a pawn, and that's the thing. And that's why here Katerina is thinking she is not sure. So I can only guess that she knows this line, and now she's either trying to remember what was in this analysis she's done some time ago. She definitely sees these ideas. She definitely sees queen e7, queen d4. She definitely sees queen d8, queen a4. And maybe she is going to have to make a comparison. Compare how does it feel in this position after queen d8. After queen e7. She sacks the pawn against the activity for the dark squares. Or maybe she plays this worse than game after queen d8. And finally, we have the third choice here, knight a6, which seemingly deals with all of these issues, but it has an issue of its own. It's the knight on a6. And again, unpleasant choices.
That's right. That's why here Katerina is taking about 13 minutes to think, to go through all these lines and remember. And then, of course, she has to give a evaluation in the end of each line. So 3 candidate moves here, and still she is in her thoughts. Why don't we check out what's happening in the other game? And meanwhile, I also bring the question from our chat, which is very interesting. So that's to us. Do either of you have a preferred set of pieces for the digital boards?
A preferred digital board of the pieces,
like the board, yeah, just a normal board. Like for instance, Magnus Carlsen always likes to replace the knights to side, and all the players have their own preferences. I think.
Speaking about the design of the pieces, I don't know, they're just always wooden, right? I have no idea, Staunton pieces, I guess. But talking about...
No, Artur, it's very interesting. I was also a bit shocked to hear that, but some of the tournaments in the States players are bringing their chess sets and the chess clocks. So they're bringing whatever they have. It can be some plastic pieces. And some of our viewers are from USA, and they're telling us some stories. And so it's so funny for me to know that sometimes, usually it's White who brings the pieces and the clock as well. But sometimes probably they forget, or I don't know what's the reason, and there's no chessboard. They are players and not chessboard at the venue. So this is something new for me too, but it really happens, and they don't necessarily have these big, heavy boards like digital boards. That's why I think our viewers have.
If you're going to remind me, Keti, I think we can talk about it a bit later, because I've been in USA, I played in USA, so I know they have a different way how they are organizing the tournaments. A little bit interesting discussion, but let's talk about it a bit later. But talking about the way, I think you also said adjusting the pieces and putting the knights on the side. Yeah, this is what I do. Yeah, I know some players specifically put the knights in front, right? So they arrange the pieces towards the opponent. But I like it. They're looking at each other, so it's like a team effort.
Nice.
All right,
that's really good.
All right, let's check what's actually happening here, because we have a rather quiet Italian game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Alexandra Goryachkina. Now, this time, bishop c4, and I wonder if this choice by Alexandra and her team has been made deliberately to avoid Berlin, because Berlin, in the first game, after bishop b5, knight f6, it's pretty safe to assume this is a homemade weapon by Goryachkina, specifically for this tournament. And I think that Kosteniuk simply didn't want, once again, to go there. And the Italian game, this has been, for many years, neglected as something serious at the highest level. And I do believe that its reputation was that it's rather dry, it's not attacking the center, it's not so ambitious, but engines like it. And this continuation with the system going for a quiet Italian game has become very, very popular at the highest levels. And it deals with the problem of the Berlin. So White is simply going for a positional game. And I think that all of the competitive players who are playing Rai Lopez, they also play a fair share of Italian game, because they're like sister lines. They're the same. It feels really, really similar. And if you are very good in Rai Lopez, of course, you're going to be a natural in the Italian game.
Yeah, that's right. I don't really am very much familiar to Italian game, because I don't play Free Fight, but I have seen so many games and commentated on the many games. In Artur, I know that all these moves that I have played has been a theory and has been played for many, many years in I don't know, even thousands of games.
Right, but here's the trick, Keti. After d3, this is a very early commitment. Here, White has tried many moves. c3, d3 is the most popular way to play. Sometimes White castles short very quickly. But I find it a very interesting moment here. After d3, knight f6. Here, Kosteniuk plays knight c3. And if you would open some really old books, you would see that knight c3 was probably the top choice of the old masters. And, I mean, why not? You develop the knight on c3, it's funny for the d5 square, it's looking really nice. But this move has been pretty much abandoned at the highest level since those old times, I guess, because White normally wants to put the pawn on c3 to have a better control of the b4 and d4 squares. So imagine yourself here that one of the typical ideas is you put the knight on d2, at some point perhaps it goes to f1, g3, and if everything is right, you play c3, d4. So that's in a nutshell Italian game for you. But here after knight c3, all of these things are probably not possible. And it really reminds me, when was this? I think it was game 1, Keti? When you bring up an old idea and you have a new concept. Oh, sorry, game 2. Game 2, right. This game of Yes, not yesterday's, but
Moscow line. Bishop
yeah, the
H3?
Moscow line.
Yeah, there was Tanjangi against Lucknow.
Tanjangi against Lucknow. Lucknow with white. She picked up this sort of old idea, which has been pretty much already forgotten. I mean, I beg pardon, maybe not forgotten, but not really popular at highest level.
Yeah,
and then you come up with a new concept in this idea. And again, there's a very fair chance that your opponent hasn't seen it, or maybe she was looking at it like 10 years ago. So that's why this knight c3 for one game, I think it's very, very nice idea. And the way I see it, it's either idea to play knight a4, knight e5.
I see.
Very early. I played it myself a couple of times, and it feels pretty much in the same spirit. So I think I would play something like knight e5 and c3. But here, immediately, Goryach's going to play the h6, and h3, very common waiting move, knight a4, white simply gets a two bishop advantage.
Yes, and we were talking a lot about in the other game about perf advantage, but we also mentioned that this strong center compensates that. In this case, black is not having any strong center. As you can see, the pawns are very much symmetrical. All of them looks very similar. So basically, white is just getting a pair of bishop.
Yeah, and here's actually a trick. I mean, black could play bishop b4 check, sort of dodge the trade. And again, you have to evaluate, is this good for you? Because you still are pushed bishop on b6, and maybe white, in addition, gets some extra space advantage at the queen side. And again, it's really tricky. You have to feel these nuances. Space advantage, control of the squares. That's the reason why here, after knight a4, Goryach's going to immediately play bishop b6. Of course, this check was very tempting, but she doesn't allow white to get the space advantage. And check this out, Keti. The next move was a3.
Just waiting move. She still wants to get some space advantage on the queen side, and black cannot do much here on the queen side, right? Like if you play a5 and stop me to play b4, then you're gonna be forced to take on b6 with the c pawn, and you're gonna totally ruin the pawn structure. So black definitely wants to take this knight back on b6 with a pawn to open up the rook and to bring the pawn towards the center. But you can't really touch this pawn a6, a5 now. It's not an option. And how black is going to avoid the trade of the pieces on b6? It's impossible. So white is just showing that I have this power. You cannot do much about this, and I will just delay as long as I want to this capture on b6.
Right, so bishop e6, the choice of Goryach now is perfectly logical, because this is one of the common trades of the bishop. You know, I tell you honestly, Keti, I never really understood what's the big difference between a short castle, rook e8, and bishop e6, so that you can recapture with the rook, or just play bishop e6 immediately, because this allows white to double the pawns, and it seems that black is sort of happy about it. But the best players in the world, they have shown that doubling these pawns in the long term actually is a problem, right? So you need to be a bit careful. So it's not really so trivial. And engines, usually they tend to give some advantage to white. But I mean, still, you probably need to be like Capablanca in order to capitalize on these double pawns, because it's not so trivial. I have a lot of experience in Italian game, Keti, myself, not with knight c3 melee. I have tried it. And I can definitely tell you that it's not simple to exploit it from the white's perspective. And I know that there are many professionals who just, whatever. I mean, I don't care if this is perhaps, according to the engine, not the most accurate move. It still gives black a simple game.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I really don't know what's the difference, because usually black after this move castles on the short side. I believe there's no idea to castle on the long side here at this point. That's why black plays first bishop e6, then to play queen d7 and long castle, because you might fall to some kind of queenside attack before b5, a4, a5, and that's something that you cannot really delay. So maybe it's just not big difference, and some people plays bishop e6 and some people plays castle. I would just be very curious, what's the percentage of how many games has been played bishop e6 and how many games they played castle?
Well, I think the modern approach, let me once again to show it to you, the modern approach is to play not in this position, in very similar positions, play castle, rook e8, whatever, let's again make some random moves here, bishop e6 and take the rook. I mean, at the highest level at least. And I think the idea is to play d5, right? So that you are not ruining your pawn structure and keeping your pawn structure healthy. But here's the thing. Now, if you play bishop e6, and after the trade, which happened the game, and now if you push d5, I mean, white is not obliged to take on d5. And you have this problem of the pawn on e5, and for this occasion, actually, you probably want to have the bishop on d6 so that your center is more mobile. But still, I mean, white can keep the game going for a long time, and you're going to be worried about this pawn on e5. So normally here, after bishop e6 takes, black's idea is somehow connected by using the semi-open f-file. So should it be queen e8, queen g6? Should it be a knight h5, knight f4, maybe sometimes even a sacrifice on f3, but black normally doesn't really push on d5, so it's all about
some space on the king side with this.
Exactly. And white here, what here Kosteniuk is doing, it makes, of course, perfect sense. She is taking space, b4, again, a very typical idea, c3, limiting these pieces, and I really like this move, rook a2. It's a very, very nice idea. I have also played it myself in some similar Italian games, and the idea is just in case, connect the rook on the second rank. There might be scenarios when you might need to double the rooks at a file very quickly. And black has some issues with this bishop on b6 because, as you already said, Keti, you can't easily escape with the bishop. Let's just say it's impossible because white's simply going to take on b6, for example, here. And now black's pawn structure has seen better days.
Yeah, that's obviously not the best option here. After bishop b3, this pawn on b6 is already under attack, and you have to play some passive moves like knight to d7 to guard it. And white has here just a slightly better position. Artur, with this move, is there a chance that white is trying to play f4 and start to play kingside attack? Because I know this pawn is pinned for now, but we can consider the bishop on b6 will be captured now or later. So after knight moves away and then capture the bishop and something, then to play f4, get this rook on f2. Also, this dark square bishop hits on h6 pawn, some things like that.
I'm not sure about f4, because f4 would undouble these pawns, and also this is where the black rook is. So that being said, it doesn't mean it's not playable. But I have a feeling, I might be wrong, I have a feeling that the idea is to play rook e2 on d4. Because one of the tricks here is obviously you play d4. Let's say, whatever, queen f7 was played. Let's say instead of rook a2, let's try to play rook e1, whatever black does, once again the same, queen f7. I want to get some better control of the center, right? I want to take the center with this very thematical d4 push. I want to close the bishop. And now it's a very important question, how black reacts to this. I mean, do you play e5? Do you play d5, right? And obviously, as you see, it weakens some squares. That's why I think this rook a2 is sort of a preparation move, because once you play it on the second rank and after the d4 push, again, you can put the rook on e2 or d2. Probably you need to protect the pawn on e4. And this rook on f1, just in case, protects the f2 pawn and also keeps the option of f4 as a possibility.
Yeah. And also in this position, white is not really feeling any danger on the king side or in the center. So black cannot really create too much. And maybe white is also waiting some moves like, I don't know, g5 or this kind of weaknesses, because white has really solid structure and very active pieces. So any kind of moves like a5, d5, g5 can cause black some weaknesses. And we can see Garetkina here just plays queen f7 move, which for now I don't really see if it does have any threats. But the rooks are connected. Maybe at some point she wants to play something like knight h5, knight f4. So in that case, g2 pawn and h3 pawn might be under pressure. Maybe there is d5 ideas here, and the queen is also just having the same ideas as white rook on a2, something like preparing for some blowing up in the center. So, but for sure, at this point, black can't really touch the structure and make some changes with the pawn structure.
There could be something with the idea. It's a preparation move to meet white's d4. Let's say, for example, rook e1, rook d8. If you play d4, you need to watch out for this idea of e5. Again, there could be, again, some tactical shots like, it's not going to work, I think. Knight e4, knight e4, e5. For example, you're attacking the knight, you're attacking the rook. Of course, there's knight b3. But queen f7 itself, it feels all right, I guess. I mean, you give extra control of the d5 push. Maybe she relieves the e8 square for the rook. And also, there's some extra pressure at f-file. And still, this is a pretty close position. So, looks normal.
Yeah, let's see what will be Kostynik's choice, but the time is very interesting, and you can see that Garetkina has spent really great amount of time, and Kostynik should be very happy with her preparation. It seems like she has not spent so much time for this and has a very pleasant position. So far, we mentioned that the first game with white pieces and the second game with the black pieces, she was a bit struggling in the middle game after opening stage, and now she seems to be very confident. Artur, shall we go to the other game and check out what Katerina Lachno decided to play?
Yeah, indeed. Let's do this. Yeah, I do agree that you said Kostynik's position seems to be really good, and what she has achieved out of the opening, this is a success. I think so. I mean, with this quiet move, knight c3, black is slightly having a slightly passive position. So queen d8 is on the board, right?
That's right.
All right. So what was the line again here after queen
e4 is... there's other moves, but this is the line we saw, knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 the only move. Otherwise, knight c7 double check, right? This is not possible. It's not possible, right? There's knight c7 check. You can't take the queen. There's also a check from the knight. You can't do this. Yeah. So queen a4, knight c6, knight d4. Can I sacrifice this pawn? Probably not, right? Can I play... I mean, yeah, it's gonna be questionable compensation. And my idea was that I'm forcing you to take on c6, and then I have two bishops and I have the dark square bishop. But of course, you're not forcing a thing, because there could be even knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 can be rook c1, bishop a6,
of course.
But this bishop on c8, okay, it's double bishop, but it's not really stronger than my knight on e5, for instance, now.
I think probably it's going to be, what was it, this line again, queen a5, right?
Queen a5 and bishop e5.
Yeah, this is nothing. Takes. I think black is just doing all right. I mean, you check some forcing lines like bishop e5, doesn't seem very dangerous. So it was bishop b5. Now, I'm not really sure if black should include bishop d7 or not include. I guess take here. Bishop d7, white could even have some choices here. For example, I could start with something like rook d1.
Okay.
And you cannot really take on d4 because I'm simply winning piece. And bishop d6
and e5.
Yeah, and you play e5. So I think black is still going to have to be very accurate. Maybe that's why it's bishop d7. So once again, knight c6. Maybe this is her idea. that she's not going to trade the bishops because this endgame is worse for black.
Yeah.
I think it's worse. So maybe Katerina's idea here is that after bishop d7, knight c6, she's going to take with the pawn, forcing white to take. And after bishop a4, somehow... Yeah, but how do you deal with knight e5? I still don't know.
Even if you don't castle, if you castle, there's knight e5, rook d1, and the bishop on d7 is just so badly placed. But even if you play king to e7, knight e5 is coming on the way, c6 pawn is hanging, bishop is also under attack. I think that's a really difficult position.
Maybe it's just forced. Maybe there's just no way. Because I don't really see the difference, once again. Take it... Oh, sorry, of course, I don't do this immediately. Knight c6, queen a4 takes here, here, here. And I could even play knight e5 immediately. This is just looking ugly for black. I mean, because rook c8, rook c1, this pawn is target. c5, knight c4. How do you save your bishop here?
a3 is thread. Oh.
Wait, just a second. This is looking trouble. I hope I'm not announcing anything wrong here. So once again, queen a4, knight e4. The bishop is under attack. I guess you have to play maybe queen b6. I don't know. Bishop b5 here, takes, here, takes. Probably I'm missing something. But this endgame, Keti, or even knight e5 immediately.
Yeah, not fun for black for sure.
Totally not fun.
Yeah, so even if you find a way here to hold the position, it's not fun to play and guard all the time the whole position and whole game.
So I can only assume she has prepared something else because this endgame looks extremely unpleasant. Maybe she's going to rely on dynamics with something like queen b6.
Can be, but after queen b6, there's still bishop b5, and then this pawn, the bishop on b4 is also hanging. So.
And if I play bishop d7? Oh, this is so risky. I take it. Even this, I can just take on c6, so you still have weakness on c6, but there could be even queen. No, probably I just take it.
Yeah. And we have queens on the board, the same position and queens on the board.
And this position I can even take on b4.
Right.
Oh,
black cannot castle.
This is trouble. This is trouble for black. I don't like this. I don't like this for black. You know, we have to go back to this. I'm not a fan of queen d8. Maybe, of course, Engine is laughing about us. I wouldn't be surprised. But I have a feeling that going for some sort of an activity for the pawn was a bit better choice, don't you think? Something like queen e7. What was it? Here?
Yeah, this position is very unclear to me, to be honest. I don't know which side I would prefer to play, because it seems like black's pieces are all very active, well developed, and there are some nice targets for black, like a2 pawn, b2 pawn, some squares in the center, b4, d4 squares. I don't know. I think it's fine position for black. It's a compensation. It's a compensation for sure.
There is some compensation. I agree. But is it enough? I don't know. So either way, Katerina decided that queen d8 is a better choice. She sees everything here. I'm sure. You can't miss queen a4. And
yeah, we're gonna figure it out. I think now Tenshingi will take some time to think and calculate all these lines properly. She can still make some choices. Queen a4, it's not only move. There's knight d4, there's queen d4 move. There's also a3 move here. A lot of choices. But before we go, before we see these moves, our team has prepared very nice video and a highlight for our viewers and myself. I am also. I cannot wait to see some of the footage from the city Hiva, which this tournament is happening in Uzbekistan, and also we're gonna see some part of the opening ceremony of this tournament. So guys, let's take a look at the highlight and then we can come back to these games. we're back, and that's maybe the question to the chat to ask. But Artur, we have seen really a nice footage from the city Hiva, which seems to be a nice place to be. I have seen some of the photos of the people who are now there. Some of our friends are now working for this tournament, and it is so great and so amazing to see this country. And we have to mention that because of the recent results that Uzbekistan national team has, chess is booming in this country.
Absolutely. So Team Uzbekistan, not only team, but the Federation of Uzbekistan has a wonderful job. There's a great support. The national team, which basically consists of youngsters like Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and everybody else, they won this Olympiad in Chennai earlier in the summer. So that was quite incredible. And I think it was, pardon me if I was not terribly mistaken, the silver they got in 1992 Watches Olympiad in Manila. So that was 30 years before. Now there's a younger generation. This time they took down the gold, and also they're going to be hosting the 2026 World Chess Olympiad in Uzbekistan. And then you look at the age groups of youngsters. Yeah. So they're dominating.
The Olympiad is a great event. Actually, it's for me celebration of the sport, celebration of chess in general, because we have hundreds of the country, different nations, and a lot of games actually. And to have it in Uzbekistan, I think a lot of very interesting things can happen there. So yeah, that's the date we guys have to remember. So first, we're going to have Olympiad in Budapest, Hungary, and then we're going to have in Uzbekistan. Is already the city known in which city it will be?
I don't know. I don't really know. I assume it's Tashkent, but I have no idea, really. But also, I think it's very important to mention that here in the ancient city of Hiva, there is not only the women candidates pool B. So in case you just jumped in, you don't know what women candidates tournament is all about. I mean, this time it's divided in two pools. Yep. Pool A is already finished. Pool A was held in October, November in Monaco, and 4 players were fighting out for a place in the candidates final. There already is Lei Tingji from China. She won the tournament in a great fashion. She is already waiting there for her opponent from this pool. And this is a pool B. Again, another 4 players. They are finding out who is going to emerge victorious, meet Lei Tingji in the candidates final match in order to challenge the reigning world champion, Yu Wenyun.
That is right. And also, besides that, we know that the side event is happening at the same playing venue and at the same hotel. So there is the chess festival right now with more than 200 participants in 3 group stages, and we also have in the first group well-known grandmasters competing right now, and they are also having really, really tough competition. So a lot of chess people now in this city, Hiva, and a lot of chess games are playing daily there. So that is indeed really nice place to be, and I'm sure local kids would be just happy to see all these stars visiting their country and having competition in there. So Artur, there is a very interesting question that I cannot really avoid to bring to us. So there is a question: how about queen to d4 to try to trade the queens and then to try to win a rook? Because if black here castles and ignores this queen trade, pawn on g7 is also hanging, right? After this castle, white will take the queen on d8, and after rook takes d8, there's knight c7 move, and we're definitely winning exchange, at least rook for the moment.
Right. So I assume black is going to take it, play here, and knight a6. And I have a difficulty to understand if white's advantage is enough. I mean, okay, the knight on b5 is beautiful, but the entry squares of d7 and c6, they're covered. The bishop on b4 is covering the d6 check. Maybe white could include a3, bishop e7. Definitely there is some pressure. But, at professional circuit, we have the saying, is this enough? And is this enough to claim something serious? Because black doesn't really have any weaknesses, right? Black is going to play bishop d7, short castle, rook d8. And despite the fact that white has this very nice minor pressure, I have a feeling because of the absence of the dark square bishop, imagine it would be standing here on e3, right? Looking at the pawn on a7.
Oof.
But it's not. It's not. Yeah, it would be fantastic, right? So I would even trade this bishop here on c4 for the bishop on e3. And then there could be some pressure against pawn on a7, but it's not. That's why I think that probably queen d8 is, queen d4 is not going to respond. So queen a4 looks extremely logical, and I'm a bit puzzled. The tangent key is not responding. And this reminds me of this discussion, Keti, we had in the first round. If you are prepared and your opponent plays a move you did not expect, you probably assume it's not a good move, because if the engines don't support it from the top as the top choice moves, maybe there is a chance there's something wrong with this move. And that's why perhaps here tangent key is sitting where, wait, you're not supposed to play queen d8. What was after queen d8? Do I remember what was after queen d8?
That's one thing that you are trying to remember what was written in your files, but another thing, sometimes this takes a lot of your attention, but instead of this, it's really good to just look at the situation, and this queen a4 is the move really calling. So the bishop is under attack. There's also pin on the file. So yeah, I'm so surprised that she has not made a move yet.
Yep, this means that queen d8 has evaded her attention. Maybe she was hoping that the opponent is not going to play queen d8, because this is as far as your preparation goes. Sometimes you're doing your best effort and hoping that the opponent in this rare line is not going to pick up the strongest continuation. And then your opponent picks up all the strongest moves, and you get this body language, okay, I did not manage to create any problems. What should I do now? Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled here, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. And also, moves like this, when you see that queen a4 is something good, you are just going and playing, right? You're not really spent about 15 minutes. But we don't know really what is going on in Tanjangi's mind right now. She seems to be very focused. So we will be just waiting for her move. And meanwhile, we can talk a little bit about the sponsors. And this is a tournament where we have quite a nice prize fund, and with the help of sponsors, that is possible. So Establishment Lab is one of the partners of the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament, a global medical technology company, and International Chess Federation, FIDE, have made a landmark partnership agreement especially aimed at supporting women's chess events. And among of many other events, they have sponsored FIDE Women's World Team Chess Championship, FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament, which is this one, and also FIDE Women's World Rapid and Blitz Tournament, which will happen soon in the end of the year. And also, Arturs, they will be supporting the FIDE Women's World Championship match, where the prize is the biggest than ever been. So yeah, that's very important to have a lot of supporters in chess, indeed. And also, there has been also always a really big difference in the prices for a women tournament and open tournament. And I'm so happy personally to see such numbers as we have here at this tournament.
Right, 250,000 prize fund for the Women Candidates Tournament, and what was it, 70,000, right, for the winner? Absolutely incredible stuff, and of course also the chance for the winner to challenge the world champion, Yun. And here you see, this is the format, right? So once again, the players are playing in two knockout tournaments of 2 pools. We already described it slightly before. 4-game match. The first player to score 2.5 points wins the match. This is game number 3. Either way, both players have already secured at least 4 games, because if after 4 games the score is tied 2-2, right, then we are going to head on to the tie breaks in order to find out with accelerated time controls who is going to make it to the next stage, and then battle against each other in order to determine the challenger against Leiting G. No, Leiting G first.
First Leiting G, yes.
First Leiting G, then you and June.
I rushed into the action. So Leiting G is now probably watching this event and this game, and she probably has someone that she wants to play and someone that she doesn't want to play, but we don't know that. It's very personal information. But also the final at the candidate tournament, Leiting G, and again, one of these participants we have here, we have 4 of them. They're going to have really nice prize fund at that event too. So, and then June, current world champion, is also following the actions, because then she will be facing one of these players in the match to defend her crown as a world champion. So, Artur, meanwhile, we got the moves, and Tan Zhongyi indeed played Queen A4, and we have Knight C6 from Lucknow, and Knight B2 D4 has been played.
That was to be expected, right? Because this seems to be the most critical choice. Also, talking about the players as such, there are 2 former world champions already among the candidates, especially in this pool, right? So it's Alexandra Kostanyuk, who was the world champion from 2008 and 2010. She would love to repeat the feat. And then it's Tan Zhongyi, also who was a world champion from 2017 to 2018. So we have 2 players who already have tasted how it feels like to be a world champion.
Yeah, how it is to be world champion. That's for sure should be the greatest feeling. And it's also very interesting that you have to, the whole process, right? How you become a world champion, and then you have to defend this title. So that's very interesting. We were talking about Tan Zhongyi, who is the former world champion, and we do have an interview at this tournament after round 2, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see the interview now and listen what is her thoughts about the tournament, about her second game, and we can come back right after the interview.
Tan Zhongyi, after a draw in a second game of the first match, how are you feeling after the game, and also if the preparation of your opponent was surprising for you today?
从开局阶段的时候，纳诺是给到了我压力的。从钟表时间上也能看出来，大概前面18步的时候，应该都在他的家庭作业。但是我觉得他可能象棋5象1-7换象，走得有点快。然后，但是我不确定我后面 B5 A5 的那个计划是不是最好的选择，或许是不是应该 B6 这样防守。但是我认为，就是我不知道他漏看了什么，在 GB1 之后，就是 B4 之后，我觉得那个局面就被我澄清了。我还是很满意今天的和棋。
Okay, and how are you feeling here in Khiva and playing candidates tournament and fighting for the finally getting to the World Championship match?
就这次比赛，我感觉我还是有一点紧张没有完全放开。希望在明天的休息天之后，能够有所好转。
Okay, thank you so much and good luck in the remaining games.
Well, there was the interview of the former world champion Tan Zhongyi from China, who said that she was a bit nervous in her first and second games, and she was looking forward for the day off. And Artur, I felt that most of the players will have a different start after this day off, and they will have, more energy to fight, and they will not be scared of. I understand what she meant by being nervous, because if you make one mistake, if you lose the game, then it will be very hard to come back. As we all can see that it's this tough competition, and if one of these girls wants to make a draw, they can absolutely make a draw. So imagine you are starting the competition with minus. That is not for sure the dream scenario, none of them.
Some nervousness, Keti, I do believe is important, right? Because it allows you to stay focused. It means that you really, really care, right? And of course, I do believe that all the players really care about performing the best chess here. So feeling a bit worried about how you're playing, this is, I think, a good thing. Of course, if you are over worried, then it's...
that's too much.
That's definitely too much. Right. So also, I think we have to... remind the viewers that these players, they have played against each other many, many times. And essentially, this is a repeat of the FIDE World Cup 2021. You might remember it. It was won by Alexandra Kosteniuk. Yeah, in the final against Alexandra Goryachkina, who was the ELO favorite at the time and the top seed. She beat her in the final, 1.5 point against half a point, concluding really a great 2021 when Kosteniuk was winning pretty much every single tournament where she was participating, including the World Rapid Championships. And also the matchup, Tan Zhengqi against Catherine Lagno, that was the quarterfinal match. Again, this is a repeat, so the history repeats itself. Does it really? Is it going to be the same result? We are going to see.
We're going to know that soon. Just a few days later, we definitely going to have one player who will face Lei Tingqi in the finals. But a lot of things will heat up, I think, from round 3, which we have. We're going to have another round 4 in classical chess. And Artur, if that's not enough to define a winner in the matches, then we're going to have a day for playoffs. And then we're going to have a shortened time control where everything is possible to happen.
Of course, absolutely. And we are definitely going to have game 4. It's official because even if one of the players or both of the players or both of the matchups, there's going to be a decisive result. Mm-hmm. Game 4 still will be held. And by the looks, it feels that there could be a tiebreak. So
I guess very exciting. I really like to see tie breaks.
Absolutely. So here, I find it actually, again, to be a bit surprising that Lagno has spent some time, because this entire sequence after knight b5, queen d8, queen a4, knight c6, knight d4 was very natural. Queen a5, she spent something like 5 minutes to pick up this move. Bishop b5 instantly responded by the Chinese grandmaster. And now the question is, what has Katerina found? Because I did not find how she gets a good position. So once again, there was this idea of a bishop d7, knight takes on c6, queen a4, bishop a4, bishop c6, take it here, knight e5. I'm out of suggestions. I don't see how black is equalizing here, because c5, the pawn is under attack. You can include rook c1, rook c8. Doesn't really change a lot. You can't protect with king d7. That is an illegal move. So c5, knight c4, this traps the bishop and it's threatening knight e6. So I'm really wondering what's the idea here for Katerina.
Yeah, this knight c4 is a great idea here to trap the bishop on b4. Who would imagine this bishop could be trapped here in the middle of the board? So that's pretty nice sequence. Also, in the end game, some tactics like this can happen. So at this point, Queen Tan Zhengqi already made her move, bishop b5, and Katerina just responded bishop to d7. Oof, wow.
Mm-hmm. And from the white's perspective, I also have to mention, instead of the automatic knight c6, there could be rook fd1, and she is going to play it. Yeah, rook fd1. Difficult to tell is if knight c6 immediately was stronger, or rook fd1 is a possibility as well. But what is clear, black cannot take on d4. Still. Okay, and what if I now try to keep the pawn on c6 and keep my pawn structure healthy, Keti? What happens if I now take it here and play rook c8? Can I hold this position?
It's a bit surprising for me to see this rook to d1 played so fast, but probably she wants to do something like rook to c1 now.
So rook c1, it's essentially the same, right?
Yeah, you can take my knight on d4 because I have rook to c8, check, and I'm gonna get another rook as well. So you're losing 2 rooks in a row. And if you don't do that, then what's your response?
Maybe something like king e7. I'm gonna take it, take it, and knight e5, knight c4 is still happening.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't understand again the difference between these two moves, because I felt that knight takes on c6 was definitely possible immediately, but maybe there's just no difference really. And rook d1 is very normal move. You develop another piece, and perhaps also Tan Zhongqi couldn't figure out what's the big difference between these two moves, but rook d1 is the normal move which brings another piece in the game. So in the end, it passes the quality check, right? And feels very natural. Wait, I have an idea, another idea, Keti. What if I play here, and I move the knight?
Knight b8.
Or knight e5. Or knight b8. I can't tell which is immediately the right one. So if I play here, I want to force things.
Yeah. Knight e5 is the way to force things, for sure. Because you are then trading a piece, right?
Yeah, if I take on e5, seemingly knight is under attack, bishop a4 comes with a tempo, the rook on d1 is under attack, and after b3, bishop d7, black is okay. Oh wait, is he okay? No,
is it
black
okay?
is just
Because I
lost.
can take on d7
No,
and
black
knight
is just
f5?
lost. No, black is just lost. Just a second. It's impossible, right? Yeah.
So knight e5, bishop takes in b3, right? Bishop...
Yeah, there's no way to retreat, really.
Yeah, if bishop c3, I will just take 2 bishops. But Artur, can we just go with knight b8? It's more like safe. It's passive, but
you're
safer.
Right. You're right. Knight b8 is probably the safer choice.
Yeah.
And now... I mean, white needs to be extremely precise to claim an advantage, because if black is allowed to play takes, and short castle, black is all right, I guess.
How about knight b5 now? Go for c7 square again?
And I play king e7? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would play something like a3 here to chase the bishop and then to get the knight on d6.
Okay, maybe I'm going to start with bishop c5, b4, bishop b6.
And
but
now
black is alive. I mean, black is still alive, and I'm not sure this is the strongest.
Knight f7?
Oh, I missed something. That's a valid point then. So knight e6 is actually a fork.
Yeah.
Wait. How forced is this? So, where was this once again? Rook d1, take it, here, and knight b8. How forced is this? If I play something like rook c1, can I do rook c1? I am not sure, because there could be... Ah, wait, I just take, check, and king d7. It doesn't work. Yeah, and white just loses because the rook on d1 is under attack. Okay, this is too much, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, takes, knight b8. So...
we take on d7.
Probably we take, the bishop is under attack. We play knight b5. Could be rook c1 as well, by the way. But,
yeah, rook c1, rook c7 idea.
I have a feeling that Tan Zhongqi has slightly missed the opportunity here. So king e7, a3, here, b4, here, knight b6. I'm going to play some active move, like... I don't know. What's the active move here?
So hard to define, because those pieces are not so active. Like if knight is closer to f2 point, maybe knight f6, knight g4 would make it some difference, but now just pawn on b7 and f7, they are both hanging.
All right. Maybe knight f6, knight e5, and some sort of move like rook d8. This could be a chance actually for black. And your knights are a bit stuck, and there's some knight g4 ideas. You know, you have some activity. I don't like this, Keti, to be honest. Going back here, I don't like rook d1.
Yeah, it gives some counterplay, and
it allows the knight b8. The question is, did Tanjanki miss that? Because again, what would have missed after knight c6? I was pretty sure this was pretty straightforward, right? I mean,
yeah, it is straightforward. Yeah, you don't have much of the
very straightforward
choices.
because b takes, you take, takes, bishop c4. This pawn is extremely weak. Maybe she felt that, oh, but you can't really play c5, can you? Because c5, take it. Here, knight e5 check. Still knight c4. Still, this is a problem.
Knight c6, like if you play king to e7, then knight e6 loses a piece right away.
Right. So, okay, knight c6, take on a4. You have to take with the bishop. What I'm missing here? I mean, takes, knight e5. Looks extremely straightforward to me.
Yeah, it is. The thing is that Tanjanki responded right away with the rook to d1. For sure, she was considering this while Lucknow was thinking, and she was thinking a lot of time. So she had several candidate moves, and I think she just liked this move so much that probably she didn't consider something else, and she probably wants to keep more pieces on the board. I think that's the reason why she played the rook to d1 right away, because she did not spend a second for this. Like it was almost a pre-move, rook to d1.
This is actually a very dangerous moment. I know this from my personal experience, Keti. Mm-hmm. Once you have prepared the move, never execute it immediately. Never ever do it. And why is this? When I play a game, classical game over the board, 90% of the mistakes I have done, they were pre-moved moves. I mean, even if I have prepared this move, even if I think I have calculated everything,
yeah,
I've noticed if I play it very quickly, that's usually the mistake for some reason. I cannot explain it. And that's why I think it's a very good practice that you make a short stop. You double check everything. You always double check everything, right? Once you arrive in this position, spend another minute, see how it feels, see how it looks. You try it again, calculate, and maybe you notice something new because you have all the time in the world. You have like 1 hour on the clock. I mean, you have made 13, 40 moves, plenty of time. And I'm afraid that this might be exactly the occasion with Tanjanki, that she simply missed this knight b8. So maybe the entire sequence of, once again, takes, knight b8 is still good for white. But here's a major problem. You don't immediately create this weakness on c6, which was already in the pocket. Now,
yeah, that's an option. You know, that's an option that black can choose here with this, what all white could already have, like weakness on the c6, or to find something else. Actually, I really like that idea to double check, and very often I'm not only double check, but 10,000 times check, because I really like to use all the time on my clock, and very often I find myself losing the game because of the time.
Right.
And that's also something that it's my personal thing, and I have to work on it. But one rule, which also in the chat Simon just mentioned, and this is something that I think most of the chess players would agree, the golden rule is that once you spot a good move, then look for the better one. So that's something that we should always keep in the mind and look for some other better opportunities, which is easy to say and harder to done in the practice.
Yes, and there's the nerves as well. You're nervous, and sometimes the hand is the move for you, and you didn't want to do this, right? And then you mock yourself. Why did you do this? You should have thought for 1 minute. I mean, everybody is so critical of himself. I'm afraid this is the situation here. And unfortunately, usually it is like this. So, of course, Lucknow still hasn't made a move. But usually it's like this. You play rook ft1, and then it's like a lightning strike. It just strikes you immediately. And this is when you see it immediately. Oh my goodness, there's still queen a4, knight b8. Oh my goodness, how did I miss this? And there's some kind of a blindness. You just don't see this move before, and now after you have made your move and your opponent still hasn't responded, you see immediately. This is, I don't know, some weird.
In a shortened than a second, you see it, that's the problem. But you can take the move back. Oh, there are so many situations, Artur, when I thought like, can I just take my move back? Like pretend nothing happened. Just imagine how bad it can be. So you're thinking like, what if I just take my move back? Just do something like that. No, guys.
So unfortunately, it's impossible. The current FIDE rules, they prohibit you taking the move back. Also, if you touch a piece, you have to move with that very piece. All right, but we have mentioned that while Katerina Lagno is thinking about her choices here, I think she's a bit surprised about rook d1. Probably she was expecting the immediate capture on c6, and rook d1 is something she did not anticipate. Let's check the other game of Alexandra Kosteniuk against Alexandra Gurachkina.
Yeah, we do have here some updates. But nothing too much, right? We were kind of expected that this bishop on b6 would be captured.
Yeah, we left it here. I have a queen f7, rook e1. So indeed, Kosteniuk was implying that she wants to play d4. Rook d8. Look at that. That is an interesting change of plans. Knight b6 and not d4. I guess the idea is that after d4, black has the counterplay with d5. I'm not sure how to properly execute it. Probably even right away. And the black rook on d8 is standing exactly where the white queen is. So after some trades, for example, take it. There could be, tough to say immediately, like jumping in there like that. But could be something like rook takes on d5, although I'm not sure what happens after c4.
But there's a pin on d file, so that can be something.
Yeah, but there's also c5. So I don't immediately follow why.
But Artur, why we don't take the pawn on d4 first and then open up the center?
Yeah, but then white can close it. So that's why I'm not so sure.
We open and white can close it.
Maybe
and e5 here. E5.
Yeah, e5 here, attacking the rook. d5. Knight d4, and I guess black is okay. And there's also c6 idea at some point. Use this potential pressure at the g8 a2 diagonal. So this must be the idea why here after rook d8 suddenly Kosteniuk changed the approach. She took on b6, which probably was not the original plan because this bishop on b6 is not going anywhere. And now she played a4. She says, okay, since you positioned the rook on d8, I'm going to open the queen side and underline the fact that your rook is not on a8. And Keti, let me tell you this.
That's nice.
This is one of my favorite approaches. I really like to play this. That you find a move which directly underlines the disadvantages of your opponent's last move. It's one of my absolute favorites. So your opponent played rook d8. You specifically find a continuation where rook d8 is perhaps not the best move, and it also sends a signal to your opponent, this is possible only because you played rook d8.
Yeah, and who likes to admit that I just made here a little bit inaccuracy and now I have to get this move back. So it means that I just lost the tempo there. Yeah, and did not make any progress. White made a progress and the pawn on a4 is already pushed forward. So indeed, I agree, that's the very difficult moment psychologically to admit that there was a mistake and you have to get this rook back on a8. Because Artur, if you don't do that, if you don't stop a5 happening, then imagine if b file is open, then you're going to have the weakness on b7. And that's a real struggle here. You cannot really defense that easily as white's rook can get on b1, queen can get on b3, attack b7, e6 at the same time. And there is very often this idea, so push a6 and open up the rook on a file too.
Yeah, and also I think that b5 threat is actually a very positional threat, a very nice positional threat, because after now b5, it seems that knight a5 is a really great outpost, but essentially what it does, it completely shuts off the knight from the game, right? So if white's going to keep an eye on the b3 square, this knight might never join the game again. And these pawns, essentially in an endgame, look at the bishop on c1. They might be a potential target once the position is going to open, and position is going to open. So that's why after b5, knight e7, the idea that you mentioned, Keti, already, a5, I think white would want to open the a file and at some point probably still consider idea to play d4, open the position, and thus utilize the bishop on c1 with maximum efficiency. And that's the reason why black played knight e7 immediately, right? I mean, the knight on c6 is not doing anything. Black is not thinking about d5. We discussed this, right? Because then the pawn on e5 would be really weak. So a5, rook a8. Goryachkina said, better safe than sorry, and she puts the rook back on a8.
But Artur, I'm so surprised that she did not play rook to a8 right away, because that's gonna stop a5 plan, and that's gonna also avoid b5 and a5 then. But I think there was this psychological moment, as you mentioned, just to play with one piece twice. Like a5 is impossible now because you're going to drop a pawn. And after b5, you can play now knight e7. You're not forced to play knight a5.
But maybe there's another problem. Maybe the problem is the incoming b5, knight e7, and d4. And that's why she kept the rook on d8, so that there's some chances to meet properly the d4 breakthrough. So for example, again, I guess you have to take it. Your rook on a8, are you going to make the third time rook d8 again? Go back, it just feels not right. And I guess d5 jumps under knight e5 ideas. Think about bishop a3 ideas.
Yeah,
right?
And also e5, that move, which black, sorry, instead of d5.
Oh, yeah, I stick. So instead of, where did I go? I guess it was, let me go back. I think it was here, d5 takes, and you said e5.
Yeah. And in this position, rook is hanging, and we want to take the pawn in d4 for sure. But white has this move. First of all, there's, I think, rook move, but d5, for instance. And what about the pawn on c7? That's forever backward pawn, and then bishop will get bishop b2, a5. This kind of ideas, it's out there. And yeah, with the backward pawn like that on c7, no one likes to play.
This is looking really good for white. There's definitely pressure. D takes, bishop b2, as you said it. I like it, Keti, absolutely. And I think this is the reason why she kept the rook on d8. She is meeting d4 with d5. And probably, okay, maybe it had something to do with the awkwardness, right? You don't want to immediately acknowledge that you just played rook d8, now you have to go back. But it's also very practical because, once again, d4, takes, and I could play, I guess, maybe here, attacking the rook. And this is somehow different. Is it? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, maybe knight c6, it is somehow different because the pawn is not on b5, by the way. Check this out.
Yeah, maybe it's different, actually. Like, even if you play d5, then black can strike back with this c6.
Yeah. Or even c6. You're right. Maybe even c6. Yeah, after d5. You're right. You're right. I think it was, where was this? After e5, d5, c6. Yeah, very good point. Targeting this pawn. So despite the fact, the position is a bit unpleasant for black, she remains, Goryachkina remains very accurate. And now she plays rook a8, pinning the rook, and queen b3. This is what we have on the board.
Yeah, that's very interesting situation. Now rook is guarded, so very likely white is threatening AB. AB, CB, and bishop e3 moves. Or bishop e3 right away.
That it is. And now for black also, she needs to understand what she's going to do with the queen side. Her options are take on a5 and suffer consequences with the pawn on b7. Because you look at the queen on f7, it's so far away. I mean, usually the idea of having the queen on f7, you want to go for some sort of a kingside assault. So think about knight h5, knight f4, g5. Keti already mentioned, you mentioned it before. Here, there could be some problems, right? Rook b8, think about bishop e3, bishop a7, the pawn is under attack. Are you going to position the other rook on b8? Like, let's say, takes, rook fb8?
Yeah, possible, but even after this one, there's bishop a3 and rook b1. And maybe you will play a6 next move and you take 2 rooks for a queen.
Yeah. This is definitely
possibility. Yeah, why not? Black has very weak pieces. Very passive pieces, and 2 rooks can be superior over the queen.
I definitely agree. So this looks a bit unpleasant. So what is the other choice that Black can do? I think she probably doesn't want to allow 8x on b6. Because this pawn structure is just worse. And if White can play, let's say...
I would play b5 here to block this pawn on dark square. Knight is not coming on c6. Bishop b3 is the next move. Bishop a3 is another move. Oh, yeah.
This is looking really good. Because, again, if we make some random move, White gets to play d4 perhaps, and you just look at the king side, White essentially has an extra pawn. Right, so these 2 pawns, they're blocked by the pawn on b5. You are having a good center. You have the bishop, so White is definitely having the better position. So that's probably, again, a big no-no for Goryachkina, and she takes on a5. I guess there was no choice.
Yeah, and b takes a5 should have happened right away, because if you take rook a5, then b6, at least the pawn structure is fine here. You might win the battle on a file for the rook, but at least the pawn structure is fine.
So far, I think that Kosteniuk is looking better. Definitely. I like her chances. I'm not really sure, Keti, what was wrong with b5? We didn't really had an opportunity to check it because...
I think d4 is something that White might plan here.
d4, yeah.
And the point is, like, the pawn on e5 is hanging, and after knight takes, maybe we want to take with a knight and it's a double attack.
Nice. That's a nice idea. And I look at the rook on a2. It incidentally protects the pawn on f2. And again, Keti, we have to go back to this moment, rook a2. Right? This is such a multi-purpose move, typical for the Italian game. And it just shows the understanding. And that's what I really love, that when you see the understanding, you see that the player understands this position. He understands the typical maneuvers. And it's not only remembering the lines, remembering the theory, but feeling the position. And rook a2, maybe it is still part of Kosteniuk's preparation, but it shows her amazing understanding of the position, that she feels this position, that the rook on a2 in some lines might be a great choice. And for example, like in where was this line? I lost it. In some lines, you protected the pawn on f2.
Very important point. Like even in the last line, when we saw knight d4, White was winning a pawn, and the point that the rook was on a2 and was guarding the f2 pawn, that was the key point. Otherwise, Black would have very nice knight move, and f2 pawn would be hanging, and White would have some issues with that. So rook a2, I really like this move too. Right. But I'm a bit confused why she is thinking right now so long, and she's not taking the pawn on a5 with a pawn.
Maybe rook a5 is very tempting, Keti, because here's the thing. If Black is going to take on a5, now this pawn on b7 is even more difficult to protect. Because
I think
these
it's
knights...
lost already.
I'm sorry?
I think it's going to be lost already. Like rook a6 then.
a6. Okay, that's interesting. I was thinking about bishop e3, bishop a7.
Yeah,
but okay, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe it's actually just simple. And that's, I think, the reason why... she is thinking about it. And after rook a5, you already said it, Keti, there's this option for Black to play b6. And maybe Alexandra, with the white color, is looking at something like takes, comparing it with something like d4, or maybe queen c4, also looks incredibly tempting. And no matter how you look, Black is simply slightly worse.
That's true. So today is the day when we can see more or less clear picture and someone having a serious advantage. Like in the other games, the first round, Goryachkina also had the very nice advantage, but it was more dynamic position. And when we had the time scramble, that the things got complicated. But here at this point, this is not a dynamic position, right? It's more some improvements, some weaknesses, and this is better for the player who has advantage. So you don't have much, your opponent doesn't have any crazy tactics and some kind of weird lines that can save the game. So
there's of course no illusion for Goryachkina that she's trying to make a draw in this game.
Yeah.
That's why she went for this very solid approach. She's not looking for something sharp. That's why she's resorting to e5 with the first move in the first game, now in the third game, because the match strategy for Goryachkina is really simple. It's not only for her, it's pretty much for everybody else. For black, play solid, play draw. With white, try to play for the win, right? And that's why I think she suspects she is probably slightly worse, but I'm sure that she's confident. The position is solid. She has no obvious weaknesses, except maybe of the pawn on b7 if here Kostyuk is going to take with the pawn on a5.
You're right. Artur, I was just curious why Kostyuk was not making move here right away. And I found a very nice line with the help of the engine. So after b to a, there is this choice of knight to c6. I'm giving up the pawn on b7. I'm attacking the pawn on a5. After taking on b7, then there's queen to d7.
Oh,
first.
queen d. I was looking only at knight f5. Queen
and it's
d7.
so tricky. You want to play rook to b8 to trap the queen. So you have to get this queen back on b3, b somewhere. And then you're going to lose the pawn on a5.
It makes sense. It's not even so difficult. I was actually even looking at this immediate capture, but I guess queen d7 is stronger because after knight a5, I could have access to some queen b5.
Yeah.
Rook b8 and queen a4. Maybe this knight is pinned. You know, you don't really want to retreat because white is going to trade the queen for two rooks, and which of course is better for the stronger player because two rooks are 10 and the queen is 9.
And you want to play c4 and rook, bishop to d2 to...
Yeah, I mean, among some other choices, or d4 takes, and then bishop d2, but definitely this knight on a5 is a bit misplaced. But here's how it's interesting, how human mind works. Because, of course, professionals, they're not supposed to do this, but I've made this mistake many times, and I tell you this is what happens even to the best players in the world. After b takes on a5, knight c6, queen takes on b7, you see, for example, knight a5 is not working. I mean, you convince yourself it's not working, and you simply drop the line. Yeah. This is a typical mistake, right? Yeah. You convince yourself, okay, I mean, it's not working, I'm down a pawn, and you don't look for the branch of continuations. You don't look for the candidate moves. And when you go deeper in a line, it's so easy to miss one of these continuations. And what you do at subconscious level, you cross out the entire line.
Yeah, that's true.
It can easily happen to anybody.
It's true. Artur, also I have to be more fair here, I have to admit that even after trading these pawns and black getting a5 pawn, white still stands better according to the engine. But from a human's perspective, to myself, it was very equal position. So I think Alexandra Kostyuk was considering that move, and she made her choice, and she decided to capture with the rook on a5.
Yeah, and here's the difference, because now black cannot really do the same. Takes, and now the idea of knight c6 doesn't quite work, because after queen b7, knight a5, still this knight is going to be slightly stuck on the edge of the board, and queen b7 is not threatening to win the queen, because guess what? This rook on a8 is gone. Of course, white can still play a6 and then a7, but anyway, white simply plays queen b5 and keeps. You're
gonna lose a pawn like that, Artur. That's so funny. Can we show that, please?
Yeah, okay, maybe here.
White is losing a pawn like that. But rook to b8.
Yeah, but there's a7, right?
And now take the queen, and you get a queen, but you give up the pawn for that.
And still some minor pressure for white, I guess. Queen a6.
But it's just so funny with this perspective, right? You think you drop a queen on b7, but actually you just drop the pawn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go really into details, actually, I think after rook b8 there could be even bishop e3. right? I cannot immediately tell where this leads. Takes, knight b8, and some sort of...
okay, a1 or bishop
it does work. It does work, yeah. Queen b5 is very precise. Okay, I mean, jokes aside, it's a funny line. And I think also sometimes the players, they notice these moves, so they smile at them, but they don't play them. Knight g6 is on the board.
Okay, so Garchina says, okay, you have open a file there, but you don't really control that fully. But I'll start my kingside attack, and all black's pieces right now are targeting white's king.
By the way, you haven't mentioned in the chat, I have to give a little shout out to this idea. Sorry that I'm going back to this ridiculous line. Yeah, it's very nicely spotted. After rook b8, there's queen b8. Thank you from the YouTube chat spotting this. That's really nice.
Ooh,
that's really nice. I missed it. Yeah, it's a nice tactic. It's very common. This pawn cannot be stopped.
Wow, that's nice. Well done, guys. That's nice.
You're very sharp. So I missed that. So knight g6 is...
this early morning, you don't really expect
right.
to have this much of tactics.
Knight g6, and now... Yeah, now I guess bishop e3 or d4 is the moves I would consider. Black is still playing very solid. And white is looking for cracks in black's position, trying to crash through. Do we go back to the game of Dungeon Key against Katerina Lagno? Because I think that Lagno found knight b8, and here we go. We left it after rook f1 and we're discussing what was the problem. Why Chinese grandmaster didn't take knight x on c6 immediately? Take the weakness while you have. No, she played rook d1, a very natural move. And I had this feeling, Keti, that she simply missed this maneuver bishop a4 and knight b8, which I think she probably spotted immediately as soon as she played rook f1, because usually this is like a lightning strike. It's like, oh, eureka moment, right? Now I see it, right? I didn't see that before I made a move. I look at the body language of Tan Zhenqi. She is, grab the head and in the deep
and on the head. And she's like now trying to focus because maybe she feels like the moment has been missed. And she feels like maybe she doesn't feel that moment is missed, but she feels that if not now, then black will be just fine. So that's why she tries to be more careful and more focused.
She's probably kicking herself badly. Why didn't I take on c6? Why didn't I do this? And usually players try not to dwell too much on their past mistakes, because otherwise if you do, it's very difficult to concentrate on the remaining of the game. So I think a good practice, you let the steam out, rant for something like inside deep, of course, for 5 minutes. 5 minutes, that's it. 5 minutes. You rant about your choices in your mind. Why did I do this? Right? And then you consider, okay, this is the position that we have right now. Okay, this is the position that I have to work with.
When you're talking about this, telling to yourself why I did this, and punish yourself, asking too many questions, there's one of my favorite videos, chess videos. It's happening, I don't know, at some tournaments, probably some open tournament, when one person loses the game and then he hits himself in the face twice or something. It's like, whoa. Like that's too much punishment.
Yeah? Intentionally.
I think he was just very upset. Sometimes there are games that it's just shocking to know that you lost that kind of games. Like, how is that even possible? Like, how is that? I have seen that. I've been in a lot of situations like that. So probably it just was too much of emotions. But for spectators, that's funny video.
It's possible to lose any position. I can tell you this, right? I've seen so many dramas, not only in my games. When you feel yourself bad about a very bad loss, well, I can tell you for sure, many chess players, professionals have done it many times. Okay, maybe not as many as a typical club level player. They have done it. They're seeing nightmares. They want to quit chess. They want to kick themselves. This is completely normal. They're still human beings, except, okay, they know the game a bit better, of course, than the club level player, but they're still committing these mistakes. Keti, I have an idea here. I'm thinking about an idea to play knight b5. Can I do this?
Actually, there was suggested earlier in the chat, and then we switched to the next game. And we have to shout out to our chat both on Twitch and the YouTube, how sharp they are and how much they are helping us. That's really nice, guys. And thank you very much for being with us from different part of the world. So knight b5 is the move that really got my attention, and I liked it very much.
So I'm thinking what to do after king e7. So I'm pretty sure that black is not going to castle short. And this is one of the things, again, that good players understand. When do you have to castle, and when do you have to keep the king in the center? So in a nutshell, the idea is this. In case you're wondering how to make your play better, castling is done for two main reasons. First, secure the king's safety. Second, connect the rooks. That's it. There's no other reason, pretty much. So here, there's no need for you to castle because the king already is feeling safe.
Yeah.
And on e7, it's controlling, for example, the d6 square. It's protecting the bishop on d7 just in case, right? So here, black is avoiding the fork on c7 because knight c7 simply drops the bishop on a4. So instead of the short castle, king e7, I think looks incredibly logical. But the line probably continues here. And I'm guessing it could be either a3 or knight e5.
Artur, can we take a look after knight c7, bishop a4 and b3, what happens if white plays there?
Oh, b3. Oh, I didn't see. You see, I just made this very typical mistake. Although I can be pardoned with, I'm a commentator. But it's very easy to cross out the entire line after you see a move which you don't like. This happens all the time. But like I said, I'm doing a commentary and I had to make a estimation of the position like in 20 seconds, right?
Yeah, while you're talking, you can't even think, so that's fine. I always do that too.
Right. Okay, so the bishop is under attack. And if I play here, maybe the knight is stuck. Wait, there's bishop e4.
Yeah, for sure. Like, white has to worry about the knight. Like, after taking, if black somehow finds a way to control c7 square, yeah, that's fine. But however, b6 now is under threat, right? Because the pawn cuts
b5.
the b5. Oh, I did not see that.
The pawn on e4 is also under attack. My gut feeling says this is not so great for white because white is only up on exchange, only if there's even such a word. And the pawn on e4 is under attack. The knight on a8 is in danger. So this sums up to the evaluation.
But how about 95 here?
Okay, 95.
Or rook to c1 first and then
okay,
95.
I'm going to snatch the pawn.
Rook c1 now.
Rook c1. If knight c6 is rook d7 check. It's difficult to tell. Immediately. Can I play b5, knight c7? But my point here, Keti, is that white has a minimal material advantage. I mean, exchange for a pawn.
Yep.
I think it's probably irrelevant because bishop d7 is on the board.
Yeah, this is very interesting what they are playing right now. Tanjangi traded more pieces and simplifies the position a little bit more, but she still claims that she's standing better. Her rooks are active, her knight in the center is stronger, and black is still struggling with the development because like the castle or king to e7, you're gonna meet rook to c7 and rook on the 7th rank.
Also knight e6 is the idea. You can't really leave the center. Now you can't really leave because the knight on d7 is lacking enough protection. So rook c1. How do you stop rook c7? Something on c5, I guess.
To cover the c file, like bishop c5?
Yeah, I'm thinking, is bishop c5 the only move?
But after bishop c5, there's knight b5, and I have double attack. Knight c7 and rook d7 move.
That is a very valid point.
Yeah, if you play bishop b6 and knight d6, again, a lot of pawns are hanging.
And if I play here, you have at least rook d7, which... How great is it, actually? I mean, of course, I know the two minor pieces are stronger than the rook, but...
Oh, that's a very good question. It's not any weaknesses here for black. So.
Yeah, is it so obvious? Just in a very quick, let's just have a look at this position here. Can white win this? Probably.
Yeah.
White has some chances, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's possible to win with two knights. Maybe bishop and knight or two bishops. It's stronger, but with two knights, they are not that fast. The bishop is needed, at the board.
So
it's really, really tough to play with the rook against two pieces. They control too many squares and they have too many moves.
I don't argue, but I'm really trying to figure out what else to do for black. I mean, okay, there could be also bishop a5. Maybe this is more resilient. Keeping the control of the c7 square. Maybe bishop c5 is not very good.
But after bishop knight d5, knight b5, how respond?
King e7. And we had at this position at least something very similar some time before.
96.
96. Again, this is a fork. Attacking the pawns on f7 and b7. And now black needs some kind of active move. Like knight f6. And now I could try to dominate you with...
But Artur, from the previous position, what we had, the bishop was on b6, remember? And then we had this knight g4 ideas. And now as bishop on a5, first of all, after knight b7, it's hanging. And also this knight f6 and knight g4 is not that strong idea anymore. And white can play something like knight to e5, for instance, right away.
Okay, let's try to do again the same. Rook d8? Oh, wait, there's knight b7. There's another fork on c6.
Yeah. The bishop on a5 is just shooting for nothing.
Yeah, this looks very good for white. I agree. Fair point.
Katerina made a move and she played knight to f6.
Oh, yeah, by the way, there's also knight f6. Very logical move. I completely missed that. I was only looking at how to deal with rook c7, knight f6. So is a good move because... Now, black is thinking about castling away or king e7, and the pawn on e4 is under attack.
Yeah, that's a very important point here. Like after knight to b5, to threaten the fork again, maybe black just wants to castle and make rooks connected, so the rooks can also fight for the open files.
Right.
And after e5, the pawn on e4 is hanging. After e5, you can play knight to d5 to have this knight outpost in the center.
Yeah, and this knight on d5 also protects the c7 square as a potential defense from the intruder. Indeed, that is a good move. So, I guess white still probably should try to play rook c7, because what else? I mean, e5, knight e5, definitely this is not going to happen. Maybe there could be knight b5. But now I guess I just castle away from not only the check on c7, but also, I mean, rook c7, knight c7 ideas.
But can we play here e3 just to ask this bishop where the bishop goes? Because it's quite limited, right? If you go bishop a5, then we have knight d6 and we control everything with the knight. c8, very important square, b7 is hanging. If the bishop goes on e7 instead, then we can get rook on this c7 with the tempo.
It's not only a tempo, it's even a pawn, I guess, right?
And another pawn on a7 too.
Yeah, and another pawn. That is a very legit question, of course. So, what was it once again? Knight b5.
Yeah, that makes, I think, more sense to start with knight b5 than a3.
But also this Keti looks very logical. I mean, penetrating the 7th rank immediately, for example, giving a trade. But now the rook is dominating the 7th rank. Even this position looks really, really good for white. Although black, if he is going to cast a shot very quickly and draw away this rook from b7, I guess black is going to be fine. I'm talking about something like b4.
How about knight b3 to attack the bishop and then rook to d7 to have both rooks on the 7th rank?
Like here. Oh. Yeah, but I thought that's a sacrifice, right? I'm not sure. Maybe... yeah, but now I just cast a short. Yeah, rook d7 castles short, and let's just assume there's no checkmate, right? Yeah, probably there's no checkmate. All right. So what does it leave us? Where does it leave us? White has a choice between rook c7 and knight b5. I think that for Lagno, the position is still worse. It feels worse. I don't really know what engine is saying here, but I also have a feeling that the worst is behind her.
Yeah, at this position, I think engine can be really confused. But for humans' perspective, it's just like open two files. Both of them are controlled by white's rook. Very nice pawn in the center controls d5 square, and still black is not developed. Rooks are not connected. There are still some tricks on the board, so I think it should be slightly better position for white. It feels so good to play here, these kind of positions. There is no risk whatsoever. You already feel very safe, and then it just matters of your creativity, and your technique of the end games.
Yeah, white is definitely better. I think solidly better. I'm not sure what's the margins really here, because it can be discussed. And also for Tan Zhengqi, this is a very important moment, because I'm fairly sure she missed knight b8, and this thought is still in your head. And all of the players, they know very well this chess rule that mistakes come in pairs, right? And this is a very unpleasant situation to be in, because if you have committed yourself to one mistake, there's a very good chance the second mistake is about to follow. And really good players are reminding themselves of this fact. And that's why here Tan Zhengqi definitely wants to make sure that she finds the correct move. Is it knight b5? Is it rook c7? It's not really guessing. You simply sit there, calculate, and make sure you're not missing another move from black anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Shall we get back in the other game to take a look before we take our first break today? And let's check if we have any more moves.
There's no moves. There's no moves. So after knight g6, Kosteniuk is in a very deep think. I think this is about choosing the direction of the game. Does she insist on allowing black to take on a5? Or does she insist on pushing d4? Also, she needs to watch out for some counterplay like knight h5, knight f4, because black would love to drive away some of white's attention. And just as I said it, Kosteniuk felt the presence of the commentators and she played e4 immediately. Well done. Good timing.
Yeah, that was very nice, d4. This is gonna change a little bit of the direction of the game, so it's gonna speed up things as the open now will be center. So here we have the situation. White is obviously playing on the queen side, is better on the queen side. Black is obviously playing on the king side, and also meanwhile the center is open. So this is gonna be a huge mess on the board.
Yep, but d4 had to be played at some point, I guess rather sooner than later, and Kosteniuk decides, okay, she has to change the structure in order to hope for something. But Keti, I think this is probably also a good moment, I guess, to make the first break, right? Because we have reached the second half of the game. The pace has considerably slowed down. The players are out of the opening. There's some misses, minor misses from the players. They're in a deep think. All of them have at least half an hour on the clock, so probably we can take a break of something like 5 or 10 minutes to have some refreshments and come back.
That's right, and we will be back right in the moment when we're going to have more moves and a little bit short time on the clock for the players. And guys, please don't go anywhere, because you're going to see now another highlight from the tournament and you can enjoy that video. Hello everyone, welcome back at the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament Pool B. Today we have first round, but game 3, and we have very interesting situation in both games. We are Arturs and Keti, and we're happy to take you back to the boards and check out what has been updated on both games.
Yeah, indeed. Welcome back, everybody who is watching. It's absolute pleasure to follow the game 3 of the Women Candidates Tournament Pool B. So 2 games have been past us. The scores are at the moment level. The first 2 games in both matches finished in a draw. And we have some more moves made in both of the games. Here we have, when was the last time we checked it? I think it was knight g64 who went to the break. And Goryachkina decided that she doesn't want to give up the control of the center. And instead she played knight d7, which is a very normal move. Because now the big point is, after d takes knight e5, not only black establishes himself a very good outpost for the knight on e5, there's also some problems with a pawn on f2. So, yeah, that's why bishop e3.
The moment rook left the second rank, it's not guarding anymore f2 pawn, so now this makes a lot of sense to develop a bishop on e3 to guard f2 weakness and also open up the way for e1 rook, maybe to go on a file to fight for the to win the fights on the open file.
Indeed. And I think this is also what Kostyuk has prepared, because after b6, instead of the automatic capture on a8, she says, no, I care about the a file, Keti, here, and I indeed want to play rook a1, take over the a file, and then somehow combine together with this pressure that she has in the center with the bishop, and I guess slightly better pawn structure, white wants to claim an advantage. So now the big question is, what has Goryachkina decided to do to meet white's threats?
It is a very good question. Let's check out the time situation. Seems like Kostyuk has catch up on the time, and she has 10 minutes less than Goryachkina. So Goryachkina can take some of her time from the clock to make some decisions. And I'm just thinking, how about to trade the rook first, or without trading the rook to play knight to f4 to create a right away trade? Knight g2 is a trade, knight f3 is a trade.
All right.
And how would you respond?
Knight f4. So knight g2, knight h3, right? I also feel to add that knight h3 is also a possibility. What if I take it? You can't take with the queen. The pawn on e6 is under attack. I guess now black closes the f file for any counterplay, and this is definitely better for white, because the pawn on c7 is a weakness. White controls the a file, and although the bishop is gone, think about queen b7, queen c6, rook a7 ideas. White's chances probably should be preferred.
It's a good question. And I also like this plan, what you just pointed out. Is there some kind of attack that can make on time something like g4? That's too slow. You need at least 3 moves, if not more, because those pawns cannot really run itself, right? After g5, h5 is impossible. As g5 pawn is hanging, you have to give some help. And on the other hand, the queen side is falling down.
Yeah, this I guess is a bit too slow. It doesn't mean that this idea is probably completely unplayable. There might be some scenario when black indeed is going to go here. Not immediately. So what if we try to make the same idea work immediately? Where's the difference? Because again, after knight f4, take it, you still cannot take with the queen. The pawn is under attack. I have to take with the pawn, and now it's the same idea all over again. White wins the control of the a file, and now the big question is this enough? I don't know. But Keti, I have another suggestion. I have a suggestion here. I don't know how good it is. So what if I consider playing something like b5? I would love to get better control of the light squares of the queen side. In some dream scenario, of course it's never going to happen, I would love to put the knight on c4. because after knight b6, white can always snatch the pawn on e5, but this at least slows down white's advancement out of queenside. Is this pawn on b5 not becoming a target itself? Like rook a1, take it, and I guess I cannot really play knight b6. Capture. Oh, no matter how you look, white is feeling better. What do you think, Keti?
It does look really better for white. For me too. Somehow I feel like maybe it's not going to be enough for white. Like if black plays rook to d8 to activate the rook, then queen to d7 and occupy the d file. Yeah, we understand this attack on f2 pawn is no longer out there as bishop guards it well, and this bishop is for sure a very strong piece, but we can regroup our pieces on d file now and look for some counterplay. And then knight can come on c4, very nice place for this knight. So I think there can be some chances.
Maybe, right? But I still definitely value this position to be better for white. So b5, knight b6 leaves black with some weaknesses. Tough to say immediately. I mean, I could also consider some sort of a breakthrough in the center. So here you see there's a very, very nice zoom in of Goryachkina. She's in a very deep think. Clockwise, she's doing all right. And I was about to suggest, can I play something like d5 here? Try to liquidate, because the match strategy here for black, I guess, is try to play solid, don't make any funny mistakes, and get the match the fourth game where she will have one move advantage with the white color. Can I play d5 here? So the idea is
but Artur, do you think black has to play something sharp to complicate the position, or by playing some like calm move just to wait white, how white will gonna improve the position?
That is a very good point, Keti. I'm not sure, because I think that here Goryachkina has to suspect she's going to be under pressure for most of the part of the game. Right, so white wants to play maybe moves like b5, queen c4, fix those pawns on the dark squares, and then in some endgame, by penetrating this 7th rank with rook a1, doubling the rooks, rook a7, she's going to be pressured. And this might tempt the Russian grandmaster try to force things, right? And the d5, I know it's paradoxical perhaps a bit, right, because black is opening the position while white has the bishop, but maybe, just maybe, this liquidates the game into something far more simpler, where white has no time to use the open a file and get to the rook a7. So, I mean, the point here, let me check this. Is this a playable line? Because, of course, I see some bishop h6 ideas. Of course, I see bishop b6 ideas. So they have to be calculated.
That's true. Seems very interesting endgame, and maybe even some counterplay can be possible here. I like bishop to h6 here to break the king side pawn structure.
But there could be a check, right? There could be an intermezzo check on g takes, and I try to evaluate what is this. And the same applies for bishop b6, this knight of 3 check, once again here. Bishop b6, again, I could have a knight of 3 check and c takes on b6, and I have a feeling that black is doing all right, but we have another move Keti on the board.
Yeah, we have rooks off the board, so here Goryachkina decided first to take the rook on e2, and let's see what will be her response next move. But seems like to me e4 might be another move that she will follow up. And I was also thinking, Artur, how about queen to queen e8, queen a8 ideas to fight back in the a file, unless you drop the pawn on e6. Yeah, it's hanging on e6.
I think Keti here, there's essentially two choices. Either Goryachkina still goes for the d5 idea and tries to liquidate, or she plays something else. and she took on d4.
Yeah, she takes on
She took on d4. But I think what you said, queen e8, again, makes perfect sense. Although after queen a8, your pawn on e6 is under attack, and maybe with something like queen c4, rook a1, rook a7, you know, these pawns on e6 and c7 start to feel a bit vulnerable. And I think this is the reason why black is trying to force matters, although not with the order of the moves that I would expect. I still expect the d5. And I think after this trade, d5 was still working. I mean, again, takes, takes, 95, takes, takes, and there's this knight f3 check. So the way I look at it, there's nothing wrong with the plan, right? Again, of course, I spent Keti like 30 seconds to calculate this line. And e takes on d4 instead has been chosen by Goryachkina here. And now this is not the same, because after, I guess, the obvious move c takes on d4, which gives white the pawn structure here, now e5 doesn't liquidate into, oh, I'm sorry, my mistake, d5 doesn't liquidate into anything, because white can still keep the tension in the center with either something like queen c2 or just maybe push e5.
That's true.
Perhaps she's looking for a fight.
Yeah, always. She's very active chess play. Like, she likes to have rather active defense than passive defense. That's all this move says. So, but I don't really like this move e5 here, because it's like stops at the dark squares, and you also have a dark square. But maybe it's good to keep the tension in the center and somehow hold this center. I don't know, maybe knight d2 to guard the pawn on d2. Maybe something like rook to c1 to go after c7 pawn. b5 is out there, something interesting you can play also to fix the pawn structure. But then you need to calculate what happens after d takes c4, knight d2. Can you get back this pawn on e4 or not?
Now, white is definitely better. I mean, that's my gut feeling. So even this position, takes, b5, unless black gets the knight on c4, white's pawns are holding together the queen side, 2 pawns against 3. White has a pawn majority at the queen side. The e5 square is still there for the knight. This bishop on e3 can target these pawns quite easily. I would definitely prefer white, you know? I like it. I like it. So that's why I'm a bit puzzled by this choice.
Yeah.
Because I felt that d5 was just looking right, especially once you see this knight of 3, at least. Maybe there was more. This knight of 3 idea, but now after e takes on d4, Kastanyuk is thinking, and of course, she takes with a pawn, because it's a pawn center here for white.
Wow, it's interesting. The time is getting low and low for both players. Artur, how many moves until the increment? This is move 24, right? So
right.
16 more moves?
Yeah, this is move 24. And until the 40th move, they have to make 16 moves. So not really a time pressure yet, especially for Goryachkina. She has 31 minutes on the clock. And in case the viewers are wondering what is the time control, let us remind you it's 19 minutes for 40 moves. Then you get extra 30 minutes after 40th move has been made by both players. And of course, the ever popular Fischer's invention, 30 seconds increment after every single made move. So
Yeah,
I don't think we are seeing any pressure.
Situation. Oh, Artur, we have a bit funny comment. It's not even funny. I want to read it out. The female commentator busy with the smartphone. I have smartphone, I have tablet and 2 screens for your information, and I'm busy with all of this because this is production and this is how it works. And you have to be understanding. You have to be understanding that sometimes I will be using those devices just for information for people who get confused.
Right, of course, the viewers, I would like to remind you, we are reading what you're saying, so in case...
and remembering it.
Yeah, so thanks for your feedback, of course, really appreciate it. Right, but that being said, knight f6, I have a feeling, indeed, here, Keti, that Garyachkina is looking for a fight. She decided that she has a good position. She decided that the A file is no longer important in this position, and she wants to take over the game. That is my feeling, because otherwise, I think she would have played D5. Where was this once again? Here. She would have played D5. She feels she can take over the game. She's going for a fight. Now she wants to play D5.
You know why she thinks so? So far, this tension that was on the queen side is gone. There's only queen there, and this queen has no so clear target. And on the other hand, all the play goes in the center and the king side, and definitely black is stronger there. Black has all the pieces there attacking. White also has all the pieces there defending those king sides. So I think it makes a lot of sense from Garyachkina to try at least to be more aggressive. There is a little bit edge on the clock too. For the moment, maybe it's not visible. It will not change too much. But if the time drops down to 10 minutes here for white and black has a little bit more time, why not to sharpen up the position and try for a win?
Right. Absolutely. And this also means good news for us, dear viewers, because things are heating up. And this means that the players are all about business. They're not looking for only a chance to bail out. And I like it. I like it that Garyachkina is not strictly following the match strategy. She senses her position is fine. She senses that maybe this bishop on e3 is not as great as it would seem from the starting position, and that's why she decided to continue fighting for more. If I understood it correctly, maybe Keti, after the game, in the interview, she's going to say, what? No, I mean, I was like trying to play for the draw with the active moves. So.
In fact, we do have an interview of Garyachkina. Maybe this is a good time. It's just a very short interview. And she talks a little bit about herself, how she is warming up with this tournament, as if she has not played too much lately. So if we have this interview, guys, maybe we can just show this up.
Alexandra, thank you for joining us. Can you give us your thoughts on the game?
Пока вхожу в турнир, не все гладко, но как-то стараюсь.
And in both of the games, for now, you were in the driver's seat. You had really great positions after the opening, especially, and your opponent was the one that needed to be defending. Do you think it's a good sign before the rest of the match?
Да, я пока не использую всех своих шансов. Соперница дает получать перспективные позиции, но в дальнейшем вполне неплохо защищается.
And tomorrow is a free day, a chance to rest a little bit. What will you do? Will you have a chance to do some sightseeing, or will you be still focused on the tournament only?
Не знаю, хочу отдохнуть просто и ничего не делать.
Okay, thank you, and have a good rest then, and good luck in the next games.
So there was the interview from Alexandra Garyachkina. Artur, it's so challenging for the players to talk about everything, right? Because this is still an ongoing tournament. There is still a lot of preparation, what they have, and they probably want to keep it for the next rounds because they don't know how far this tournament can go for them. So I kind of feel like they are telling us some things, but not in the details. Maybe some of the detailed interview will be after the first round when we're going to have 2 players qualified, 2 players knocked out. So looking forward for the interviews, guys. We do have way more interviews on FIDE YouTube channel, and check it out. You might find something interesting in these interviews. And we are now back. Artur, have we checked the other game? Because it was heating up in the end game, Tanzhangi and
let's do this. So I'll just maybe finish up that here. Alexander Kostnik did play queen c2 to protect the pawn on e4, but you're right. Let's jump in. Knight h5, by the way, very quickly played. I have a feeling we are going to have to jump here and there between the games, but let's jump back to that endgame of Lagno against Tanzhangi, and we left it after knight f6. Knight b3. Okay, that is a bit modest move. I wouldn't have chosen it, but just very quickly so that you are on the same page, everybody who is watching, knight e4 would be a very big mistake, right? You just play rook c4. This is a trick. White did not blunder the pawn on e4, and knight b3 allows this possibility to happen. But you know, Keti, I just go back to the original idea. After knight b5, you still have the same idea for rook c4 in some ways. Yeah, so right. I'm not really sure why knight b3 should be preferred over knight b5. Okay.
It's so mysterious for me, because knight b5 was clearly creating some kind of threat. Knight on b3 is a little bit passive. The best you can do is to go on a5 or c5 to attack the b7 pawn. But anyway, something is hidden here, and white has an idea, right? Rook to d4, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes on e7, and now she goes a4. Oh, wow. I didn't expect this.
That is a bit slow. I wonder, again, what is the problem of rook c7? Why this move immediately was not played? Because it attacks the bishop, it attacks the pawn on b7. Just a second, let me try to figure this out. There's no rook c8, right? The first rank is protected.
I think maybe rook bishop to d8, and when you take the pawn on b7, then bishop to b6, you have to play rook to on c4 probably, or a4.
That's a good point. Yeah.
a4 is even worse, I think, because there's knight to g4 right away.
Yeah. And if I go back, let's say here, where did I go?
Rook to c4, here. Right?
Rook c4, knight g4.
Knight g4, rook c2.
Yeah, and rook c2, rook c8. Oh, that is the idea. Brilliant point.
Yeah.
Brilliant point.
Or rook d8 also.
Mm-hmm. Or rook d8, but here it's quite obvious that black is incredibly active. White has a pawn, but now look at black's pieces. So Lagno came up with a brilliant defense, and that also was the reason why Tanzhangi decided to include a4, I guess, to not allow bishop b6 in future, so that there's a5. Look at that. This is really deep, right? She understands so deeply these nuances that if black is going to position the bishop on b6, white is already ready to drive it away. And now, rook d8, that's it. White's advantage is gone. I don't believe there's anything left for white. I mean, this choice of Tanzhangi to play, where was this? Once again, we would have to go back. After brilliantly played out opening, it was, where was this? Bishop d7 and rook d1. Yeah, this was the critical choice.
Move 13, right?
Knight c6. The way we looked at, pardon us, maybe we missed something, right? But the way we looked at it was very, very straightforward, giving white a solid edge. I actually feel it was a bit more, but maybe there was something wrong with this line, so pardon us. But this position already is signaling that white is not having anything at all, because black can even play knight e8, and that's it. You just play knight e8.
Just here black color at any choice, because those pawns a4, e4, they are not like getting more space. They can be the weaknesses in the end game, and black has a really nice pawn structure. And here we have also 2 knights. They are guarding each other, but also fighting for the same squares. And black has a bishop. This bishop comes on f6, next move, attacks the pawn on b2. there is something white has to take care of. Then king can get into the center, something king f8, king e7. Then black can also try to trade the rook. I think even without rook, it will be even better, like knight e6, rook to c8. So all the tension, it's gone for Lachno, and I think she will be very in a good situation right now, that she knows that there was a chance she could get it worse. So she survived that, and this is the second chance for her.
Absolutely. I do agree. Knight e8 is one of the moves. Maybe there's also something else, because rook c7, you could always play rook d7. And just trade those rooks. Even king f8 is definitely a move here. So Lachno has managed to get out of the trouble. I think that was the trouble after the opening. It did look like a minor trouble. Maybe it was not a big issue. To us, it did look like something. And she's looking comfortably, looking forward to what's happening in this game. Maybe already like Goryachkina, she might have the thought, perhaps I can play for more. Right, so
Why not? Anything can happen, especially when the time is low. Both of the players have around 20 minutes on the clock, and 17 more moves to be made for the increment. So, guys, once again, let's remember what's the time situation and time control in this tournament. We have a classical standard time control, which means that the players have 1 hour and 30 minutes at the beginning of the game, and they're getting 30 minutes of the increment on time, which might sound like, oh, that's 2 moves is a 1 minute. But when you have a tense position, or especially sometimes it happens in the end game when you need a little bit more time to study the position better, than when the problems arising. So, and also we have 30 minutes of the increment, which is saving factor for players like me who likes to think a lot at the chess games. So we are in this game 17 moves behind of the time increment.
Right. There's also another question in the YouTube chat. Is she the highest rated female? I guess the question was about Alexandra Goryachkina, or Hu Yifan is higher. Hu Yifan is higher. She is the #1 in the women's chess. But as far as I know, she's not playing active chess right now.
No, she plays once in a while, some tournaments, some over-the-board tournaments, mostly on Chess.com, the Speed Championship. She was playing sometimes, and obviously we like to see her playing. But lately she started to do the commentary for big events, which is really awesome to have her as a commentator. And also Arturs, she's a professor at the university in one of the cities in China, and she said that she really enjoys this process. She has a lot of students, and it's a lot of fun for her to have this opportunity to give classes. So I think she very much enjoys her life at this point, not being a professional chess player.
All right, I'm happy to hear that. All right, so 97. Look at that. What does it mean? Because Lachno says, I don't care about rook c7. I have some other active ideas. But what are they really? I cannot immediately figure it out. What happens after rook c7, Keti? How do you protect the pawn on b7? I don't immediately see. There must be some very nice piece coordination.
Knight to c5. So if you take the knight, I'm going to take d2 knight, and I'm threatening backrank checkmate. If you take my bishop, I take your knight, and once again backrank checkmate.
And I guess I have no easy way to deal with this, right? So knight c5, at least I can take it, yeah?
Yeah.
And if I play some slower move, like, oh, check this out, okay. Let's say I play king f1, checkmate.
Oh, no, the rook is trapped on the 7th rank. I thought those rooks are not trapped.
It can be trapped and takes. White wins 2 pieces, but unfortunately the knight on d2 is under attack. So this is a trap. This is a trap by Katerina Lagno. She is getting ambitious here, and the rook c7 by the looks is meeting knight c5. And okay, I'm pretty sure that white is not going to miss it, because the first question a competitive chess player is asking himself, why is my opponent allowing rook c7? And there's like, oh, yeah, it's knight c5, right? Nice.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
That clearly says that the back rank is an issue here for white. So maybe king f1, king e2 to play next moves.
Right. So black is getting ambitious here with knight e5, knight b6, bishop f6 ideas, and maybe it is already done Jean-Ki. Again, remember this first game with the white color against Katerina Lagno. Tan Jean-Ki again got a very nice position after the opening, Keti. And then she missed this queen e4, right, in game one. I think she missed it, it looked like that. And she had a thought for a while, and then she decided, okay, it's time to be pragmatic, and instead going for complications, let's finish the game in a draw. And she plays rook c7. Wait, what happens now after knight c5 here? So maybe...
Hold on, what's happening after knight c5?
I mean, I don't think it's a blunder, but there could be some move, something like knight f1.
Look at Katerina's body.
What about knight f1?
Signals. She is, oh, whoa, I think she sees all these moves and possibilities.
This is really odd. I mean, it's unique position there, viewers, because black...
But bishop d6, Artur, after knight f1.
No, but then you play rook c5.
And at this point, we have these pawns on e4 and...
I mean, I don't know, Keti, maybe this is playable. Maybe you play b6, rook d4, and still have a very good position. But this, I just wanted to pinpoint this odd fact that here, if black plays knight c5, black voluntarily hangs two pieces. Voluntarily, just because white's back rank issues are becoming visible. You know, I do believe that white has another very odd response by hanging deliberately the knight on b3, because black's bishop on e7 is still hanging. It's incredible. I mean, knight f1 is definitely at least a move for white. I don't think white is in danger here, unless the idea here is deliberately going for this position.
Knight c5 is on the board from Katerina Lagno. She played this move really fast. I think this is the phase when you know that there are some chances, because now Tan Jean-Ki should make, I think, the accurate move, one of the accurate moves.
No, but I think it's gonna fizzle out to a draw, to be honest. Let's check this. For example, after knight f1, now the big question is black gonna play bishop d6? Is she gonna play for the win? For example, I know this is a bit paradoxical to give up two minor pieces for the rook, but I don't really imagine that black could win this. I mean, the big question is, of course...
Artur, can we do with rook to d4 first? Because now knight b3, knight d2 might be fine.
Rook d4. But you're not playing this for the win, right?
Rook
you're trying to draw. I'm not really sure.
I was trying to win, but okay.
I don't know.
Okay, 4.
A knight c5.
Rook c4.
Wait. Rook c4. No, but even this position should be quite drawish, right? Knight e3, take it. Somehow, I don't know how. I want to connect the knights. And it's a material equal on the board. I don't know how to do this, to be honest. But I have a feeling it's fizzling out to a draw. Because if black is not going to play bishop d6, my big point here...
But can we do knight b3 here, rook e7 and rook d1 with rook d2, knight to do...
What?
I got confused. Rook d1 here, knight d2 is a threat. How you are going to avoid it?
That is a very valid point. I missed it. Completely. Because I thought you're going to play like... knight c5, we are going to play b4, knight a4, rook b7, everything. Trades, right? You're right. Yeah. Just rook d1 is a very strong idea. All right, so we have a very big moment here. And now the question is what Tan Jean-Ki is going to play. It's a very tricky position. It's easy to miss one shot. Because one thing, dear viewers, I can promise you this. Most of the time, players miss unusual tactics. This is unusual. This is not standard. It's not a very standard response that black gives away 2 minor pieces just like that. And the bishop d6 threat is still there, but how do you play? How do you play? Just a second. Once again, knight f1, knight b3, and rook d1.
No, I cannot save this knight. Knight d2 comes next move.
I guess you can't. I was thinking f3 and king f2, but you take with a knight.
Yeah, and then rook goes away if king e2.
All right. So rook e7 loses. It's the same fashion, right?
Yeah, knight f1 and rook d1.
Knight f1 and rook d1. That's very important. So what is there actually? So rook c5 loses, rook e7 loses, knight f1 loses.
Knight c5, rook to d2, g3.
Maybe this is a move.
Oh, okay. Look at this, Artur. Rook g3, rook c2, and knight e6.
Yeah, but you're at least down a pawn. I can take on c5. Yeah, rook c2, knight e6 is a nice idea, but I at least can take it. Let's say g3, takes, and I'm up a pawn. Thank you. I'll take it. Wow. Did she really miss this? I have a feeling she hallucinated something, because players of this caliber, they're not supposed to miss. I mean, you ask yourself why your opponent is allowing you to play rook c7. I mean, there's got to be a reason. There you go. There's the answer. This has to be some hallucination.
I think it was missed. And we were talking about the missed opportunities from Tan Zhongyi already this game. With earlier knight c6, which we just showed. Another knight b5 was also complicated, the position. So she missed, I think, 2 main points. And now this one, I think she's not feeling very comfortable at this moment, as who would imagine rook on c7 can be trapped? This rook is usually very active. Always
she definitely did not imagine that.
Causes the damage for the opponent when it's on the 7th rank. And so the combination of the back rank checkmate and the bishop d6 trap of the rook, those 2 serious threats here.
This game is going downhill for Tan Zhongyi. I mean, again, we go back to this moment after bishop d7, right? I mean, white had a very nice position. We could not really figure out how big is white's advantage. I have a feeling, gut feeling myself, it's more than a solid advantage, right? Maybe engine finds a way to equalize it. Then she simply chose the wrong order and was missed knight b8. And this position, I believe, is still good. I mean, you have knight b5 ideas. You have at least bishop d7, rook c1. White is definitely pressing here. 2 open files for the rooks. Knight b3, rook d4. And about here, I think something started to go really wrong for Tan Zhongyi. Maybe she got a bit careless. She started to feel that I have missed my victory here, my winning chances, right? And I have nothing realistic. Now there's this trick of bishop d8, bishop b6. a4. This feels slow.
I know about this.
It is slow. It is incredibly slow, because I understand the reasoning. She wanted to meet bishop d8 with bishop b6. Black simply takes over the c file, trays the rooks, puts the rook on d8. Now another passive move, knight e2. I don't know if this had to be done, or she should have played something like king f1 perhaps. And suddenly she fell right into the trap of Lagno after rook c7, not questioning, I guess, where's the big idea, and after knight c5, there you go. Unusual trick is on the board, and for Tan Zhongyi, this is like rolling down the mountain, right? I mean, it's just, you're losing control. And once you have this feeling, this sinking feeling, you're losing control of the game, it's very, very difficult to stand up and keep fighting.
Yeah, that's on top of all the struggles that Tan Zhongyi is having on the board. She also is down to 11 minutes and still 16 more moves has to be played. I believe she will spend a couple more minutes in here to find the most accurate move. So far, what we have seen, the safest for me was to give up the pawn on b2 and to go to that position. It's like better than to give up a piece or a rook or checkmate.
Yeah, in the end, you're down to that choice. I mean, how to make the least damage out of this position. But I'm shocked, to be honest. After rook c7, I wonder how you can miss knight c5, right? I mean, you should be asking yourself, why your opponent is allowing this. Maybe she was anticipating something else, but what? I cannot really imagine. Maybe she was looking for some bishop f6 ideas. You know, bishop f6 or maybe bishop g5. But you can't help but feel there's something wrong with the back crank for white, right? It doesn't have enough protection. She missed it anyway. Very unfortunate moment for the Chinese grandmaster, and a big major boost for Lagno's chances to win the match, because even if she doesn't win this game, she definitely now has the moral advantage.
That is true, Arturs. And there was a moment when I saw a4, I was like a bit surprised why she played that move. And I was like, instead of this, maybe it's better to go h3, h4, the other side. So like you would anyway hide the some space for the king on the king side in that case. Wow, the things are getting really shaky for Tan Zhongyi. She's down to 9 minutes. At this point, so hard to make her next moves.
Maybe she just blundered bishop d6. Maybe she thought that there's king f1. King f1, bishop d6, rook c5. She blundered that the knight on d2 is under attack. There's definitely a blunder. And there you see, there's the body language of Tan Zhongyi. She knows she's in trouble. She knows she misplayed it. And now she makes the move. She took on knight c5. Yeah, the best move, I guess. And she has to show the champion's qualities, because she was the world champion back in, what year was it? 2017, 2018. So in order to be a champion, you have to keep cool head, right? Even if you miss it, maybe the game is still not yet lost. And now this game once again starts from scratch from Tan Zhongyi. And now it's Lagno who is, sorry, my mistake, I pressed something.
Best of Google.
Help.
It is really nice time everywhere, Artur, this pre-Christmas celebration time, and also Google's have that. Maybe we can have the footage of the video in the playing venue.
Hello?
Help?
Help?
Can I use my phone, please?
Sorry, my mistake. I don't know how did that happen. Just a second, let me try to fix it.
Okay, rook takes the knight on d2. Now the threat is serious. Black wants to checkmate White's king with the rook to d1. White has to play their king to f1, or she goes with f3. Oh, wow, f3 is a bit of surprise for me, this kind of pawn structure. Although it guards the pawn on e4. And now this is the call for Katia to take the knight on c5 and then pawn on b2, or look for something else. I think that's quite valid continuation to do.
f3 is a normal move. Absolutely. Yeah, and now Lagno also knows that she's in the driving seat. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. I clicked on something. I'm not sure what. This is not the first time this has happened to me, right? And you click on something and then suddenly you watch a movie or it happens.
I have seen really wrong clicks, Artur. Really wrong clicks on the live. So this was okay. This was okay.
It's okay, right? So you didn't see nothing bad. Okay, so here I guess bishop c5 is a move. Bishop c5, rook c5, rook takes on b2, giving black excellent winning chances. So we could stay here for a while. Or here it's Lagno who is going to find something else, and she knows, she's well trained, she knows that there could be more, because the best players in the world are always well trained for these situations. You see, it's Lagno's very nice zoom in, she's all about business, she's looking for more, she knows she has bishop c5, rook b2, maybe she can capitalize on more.
That's true, Artur, and the more can be bishop to f6, to attack the pawn on b2, to threaten bishop d4 checks. There's also bishop g5. I don't know what's really difference between these two moves, but it's possible. And for instance, like move like rook to b7 will lose a piece because bishop d4 wins the knight on c5.
Bishop
But
f6 is a monster move. I like it because if black managed to get the same extra pawn but have bishops on the board, this bishop is going to rock all of the dark squares in the position. So bishop d4 check. Also, let's say white plays knight x on b2. Now this is a very big threat. You can't go king h1. That's a checkmate on d1. And now if you play king f1, there's a check. And white's entire queen side falls apart. Pawn on b2 is under attack. The pawn on h2 is under attack, and black is just winning the game. So I think bishop f6 Keti definitely deserves attention here.
That is right. So bishop c5, bishop f6, bishop g5 is another move. I don't know what's the difference between this, like bishop f6 and bishop g5 details, but Katerina has 16 minutes to figure it out. She's totally capable for it. And anyway, there's always this backup plan with the bishop c5 to go in the rook endgame, where still nothing is so clear. And meanwhile, we also have the raid in our chat on Twitch, Zoom. Pili raided us. Thank you so much, and welcome everyone to the Women's Candidate Tournament Pool B. We have here the live commentary, and today is the day that we cannot say that we are not lucky. We are very lucky to have sharp game just like this one.
Very big choice by Lagno. You know, my gut feeling says bishop f6 is looking great. It is looking great, and Lagno knows this, and that's why she is not rushing with bishop takes on c5. She feels this is the critical moment. She feels she might actually score a victory here, and by doing this, maybe this match could be over. Because, again, to remind you, the match situation of the FIDE candidates tournament Pool B, it consists of 4 games. This is game 3. The score is tied 1-1. If Lagno wins this, this means tomorrow she's coming with the white color and she can simply make a draw. Of course, the opponent, if the opponent is going to allow it, but this is a major possibility for Lagno to score a victory here.
That's true. And if that happens, just imagine, Artur, you win the game with black pieces just a round before the final match, right? We're going to have 4 matches. And then you are getting into the last round of the classical portion where your opponent is in must-win situation with black pieces.
Right. I just read a question, Keti. If black gets a passer on the queen side, it's on the YouTube, is that a win or white can hold? I guess the question relates to this moment. Takes, rook b2. Keti, I don't know how to properly answer this question.
Oh, well, Artur, the thing is that this kind of pawn and games can be easy to handle when you have this pawn structure, right? This classical f2, g3, h4 pawn structure. But now we have 4 pawns, and we have a bit different pawn chain, like e4, f3, g2. So if black creates a passed pawn, let's say on the b file, and then black gets the king in the center, this might be still winning for black. I believe there is a big chance to win for black in this endgame as well.
I think black has excellent winning chances. And also the fact that white has the king cut off. And it's difficult for the king to join the game. It's not on e3, it's on g1. So the long way around it, it's costing time. So that's why I have a feeling this f3 probably was not really a great choice here. Could it be the second mistake in a row? Because again, dear viewers, to remind you, mistakes come in pairs. This has been around forever. And maybe she had to play king f1, forcing black's can to take bishop c5, because now bishop f6 perhaps is not as strong, right? Because bishop d4 comes with a different force. Although maybe bishop d4 is still a possibility. Difficult to tell, but answering to the question about bishop c5, rook c5, rook b2, I think black has excellent chances. But let me tell you this. Lagno probably is not completely sure. And if she is not sure, she wants to make sure that she does the best move here. And bishop f6 keeps the dark square bishop on the board. And if she is not sure that bishop c5, rook b2 is winning, she's going to go for bishop f6 and seeking more. Very important moment here in the game.
What do you think? What do you think, Artur? She will choose bishop to keep the bishop on the board, or she will choose to trade the bishop for the knight and go to the end game?
It's all about calculation. I mean, the question is what she finds here after bishop f6. Because imagine yourself, Keti, you play bishop f6, and somehow you do not win a pawn or demolish white's pawn structure. You could have entered an endgame up a pawn and possibly have a winning position. Right? You're going to kick yourself for the longest time. So that's why here she is going to spend most of her time trying to figure this out, because this is not such a time trouble issue, right? 11 minutes still on the clock. She can afford to sit here for something like next 5-6 minutes. Katerina is very good in Axe for the time controls. She's a former World Blitz champion. I think she was also World Rapid champion. I don't remember that. World Blitz champion, definitely.
Oh, Katerina?
Yeah.
Yeah. She has been, I think, also both of them. I can remember Tanjongi also from close ceremony of the World Rapid and Blitz. They were standing side by side together with Conor Humpy. Artur, I just wanted to mention that Conor Humpy is a player that I very much miss in this competition. We have not had her in Pool A, and we have not have her in Pool B as well. And she's another very tough female chess player who is playing amazing chess. But all these players we have here, they have qualified, and seems like Conor has not qualified.
Wait. Wasn't she playing against Muzachuk? Round 1?
Oh, yeah.
No?
Oh,
I
she was kicked out so early that, yes.
I thought I mixed up something, Keti. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking. Who was instead of her? Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because she's the winner of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, she was there. She lost the first round against Anna. Right?
Was a trick.
She won the first game.
Yeah.
And then Anna made this heroic comeback. Remember this very nice...
In the tie breaks.
Very nice piece sacrifice. Humpy blundered the piece. This is how I remember. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there was so unfortunate for Conor that she was out of the competition, because I have to be honest, when I saw the Grand Prix of Conor, she won several games so convincingly that I thought that, whoa, she will for sure fight for the title. But yeah, this is chess. You should need to be in a form, right? So it seems like not this year. She has to give a try the other year. But meanwhile, Katerina decided to take the knight on c5 and then to take the pawn on b2. And maybe, Artur, we're going to see a very nice technique here by Katerina Lagno.
Right. I think this is the pragmatic choice. I don't know, Keti, what was wrong with bishop f6. I'm sure that Katerina was considering all ins and outs of this position, why she should trade the bishop for the knight. Still, this is up a pawn, and of course here Tanjonki is trying to activate the king. h4, the idea is to escape with the king. h2, g3, maybe f4, king f3, because without a king, you can't really properly play out rook endgames and hope for a success. Let's jump, Keti, back to the other game, because we have left it for a while. Alexandra Goryachkin with a black color decided to play for victory against Alexandra Kostanyuk, and we have some changes here on the board.
Let's check out the updates, and here we have the e-pawn traded for d-pawn, and knight comfortably jumped on d5 square. I do love this knight on d5, attacking the pawn on b4, bishop on e3, and guarding the pawn on c7 as well.
White is worse. That is clear to me. White is simply worse, unless this pawn on e6 somehow drops immediately. Let's check how that this happens. So black has a monstrous knight on d5. We left it after queen c2, and that's why, once again, I feel it's very critical to mention here that the turning point was about here. So Goryachkina was playing it very solid, trying to combat White's intention to take over the A file, and at some point Kosteniuk let her guard down. She played Rook A2, which feels very natural for us, right? You want to fight for the A file. This is where Goryachkina felt she can take over the game. E takes, C takes, Knight F6, Queen C2, and Knight H5. So suddenly Black said, the A file doesn't matter. She went for a kingside attack with Knight H5, and something started to go wrong here for Kosteniuk. Because check this out, Keti. Rook C1, Knight F4. I guess you cannot take on C7 due to a fork.
Yeah.
A couple of moves were made. Knight D1, very passive move, but I guess still the threat of Knight H3 is there. Knight G2 threat is there, so Knight D1 defends against all of these threats. D5, very aggressive play by Goryachkina, but the big point is Black simply secures herself a super outpost on D5.
Things are turning around here. This is something I would not imagine, Artur, to be honest, to happen. What can be the reason? Like, where was the biggest problem here for White? Surely White had here a very nice position and even slightly edge.
We have to go back to this moment after B6, because this is the moment when White can also take on A8, give up the A file, but it's a tough choice. Maybe Rook A8, Queen C4 was the possibility here. Somewhere here, Kosteniuk started to lose grip of the position, because C takes on D4 is a very standard response. You get yourself a very good pawn chain in the center, but it was Goryachkina who understood these nuances a little bit better, and she felt that this bishop on E3 is actually not a great piece. So this makes me wonder, maybe the mistake already was done here, because if you don't take for the pawn, Knight E4 allows the black knight to jump on E5. You have weaknesses on D3 and C4, although I can't really say that White is worse here. I guess the position is simply equal. Very difficult to tell. So after a couple of moves, Knight F6, the pawn is under attack, Queen C2, Knight H5, how do you stop Knight F4? So this was pretty much a series of moves where maybe Kosteniuk made one or two inaccuracies, and it was enough for Goryachkina to take over the game, and both players are now on the same page. You can see the body language of Kosteniuk. She knows she's worse again with the white color, because in the first game she was on the verge to lose the game, and now again the third game of the main match, again she is defending it. What does it mean to you? I mean, it's going to be very tough.
Body language says a lot. I agree with that. Not only the Kosteniuk who is now having this head on the face and trying to find the resources to handle the position, but also Alexandra Goryachkina just took off her suit. It is so cold for me when I look at this, but seems like she is in a fighting mood, and she just gets into the comfortable situation, and she's for sure calculating here a lot of lines where she's the one who gets the advantage.
Right, and that is mainly because of the knight on d5. Now, this is a classic position where the knight on d5 is dominating the bishop on e3.
True.
So black is never going to take on e3 unless she's winning a pawn by force. The pawn on b4 is also under attack. Is the position very bad? Probably no. I would say this is simply annoying position for Kosteniuk, and now she needs to play quite accurate chess not to get in trouble. And she is very experienced. She knows this. She knows the importance of this position. She's been there many, many times. I guess she wants to solve the problems with an active play. But how do you do it? The first move I would think about is knight d3, because the knight on d1 doesn't do a thing.
She goes knight d3. She agrees with that to activate the knight. Maybe even to play knight e5 next move to trade this knight. But Artur, then black gonna have very active knight on d5 against the passive bishop on e3. So that's going to be something dream position for black to have.
And what about queen f5 here? I can get rid of this weakness on e6. I'm not sure I have to do this, but this is something I would definitely consider. Queen f5 is on the board. I'm a prophet.
Wow. You are guessing every move.
All right,
Great.
you can't play
What's
f3.
the next one? f3. Okay.
All right, and if you take it, I guess black wants to take e takes on f5. Very nice position. Forces white to accept a slightly worse pawn structure. She's not going to take the rook. She's going to definitely take for the pawn because the pawn on e6 is a weakness. And now white's pawn structure is worse. So the knight on e5 is beautiful. The bishop on e3 is terrible. The knight on g6 could have been better. The big question is this enough?
That's a good question indeed. For the start, why not? So you're with black pieces. You had a slightly worse position. Now you have beautiful knight on d5. The threat f4 is on the board. The pawn on b4 is the future target for the black. Different b4, they are both weak. Artur, I'm thinking maybe we can find some nice square for the rook. Rook a8, rook a4, rook a2, something like that.
Very good point. Taking over the A file is definitely a big idea. And look at the clock of Kostyuk. She's down. 6 minutes on the clock. Unpleasant position. Move 31. This is a nightmare scenario for Kostyuk, who was pressing after the opening. And now she is the one who is trying to defend. And I think, Keti, she is going to go for an active defense. She is taught to play active defense. So I would think about something like knight e5. Try to liquidate perhaps in a rook endgame, down a pawn, but with a very, very active rook. So what about knight e5?
I do like 95 here. I would also suggest another move for white, maybe b5 to fix this pawn structure like that. She goes something else. What she did played?
She played rook c6, by the looks.
Oh, nice.
That's also very active. Mm-hmm. Trying to scare black of something. Looks very tempting. Either way, only activity here can save black. Why do I even say black? Some of you might be wondering and saying, listen, this is material equality. The queens are off the board, so it should be drawish, right? No, it's not so simple. This knight on d5 is getting major headaches for white.
That's true.
Yeah, if the rooks disappear, now this knight is going to haunt white until the end of the game. So the bishop is useless.
That's right. What's the idea of rook c6, Artur? I was just asking myself, and very likely now after knight to g6 to e7, if that happens, white can play rook to c2 to have this rook on the second rank, and then you want to play knight e5 next move. Instead of trading the knights, you are getting your knight active on e5. And definitely black doesn't want to play knight g6 back to control e5 square because we're going to have the repetition of the position. And maybe that's Kostynyk's idea. Now rook to c2.
Now I thought rook e6, no?
Rook e6 is even more active, yeah.
Yeah, I want to be as active as I can, but I'm not sure this rook on e6 is actually doing a thing. Let's say I go here.
Knight e5 now.
Knight e5. Yeah, and something like...
Oh, you wanted to play knight f4, I saw that. Maybe. I like knight f4 too.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is even a threat because, I mean... You're not forcing me to do anything, are you? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Not yet. Maybe rook e5 is something that I would like to play in the future.
Takes, and here.
Yeah.
That is a good point. So if white managed to activate his pieces, then this is going to be good drawing chances for Kostyuk. And she knows the importance of going for an active defense. So that's why rook c6, knight e5. If necessary, Kostyuk is going to sacrifice a pawn. I don't think the game is lost. It's just unpleasant. Maybe engines are even saying it's equal. But I see this knight on d5, Keti. I have the greatest respect for it.
Yeah. Respect to the knight.
Respect the knight.
That's right. Oh, she's making a move. She goes with rook to f6. Offering to rook trade. Why not? To try to trade an active white's piece and go to the knight versus knight on the bishop endgame.
Rook f6 is played, and now the question is, where is white's activity? I don't think that Kostyuk wants to trade rooks and find out if this endgame knight against the bishop is drawing or not. Let's say take, very quickly just to show the idea. Knight f4, takes, knight e5. She's not in the mood to check this out. Might as well just be lost. Let's say bishop d2, b5. Nightmare scenario, easy to get in some losing endgames. So I don't think she's going to do this. So after rook f6, my best guess, she's going to go for some active defense. But what is it? I mean, rook c1 something? What does she do?
Artur, I was thinking about knight to e5. Is that a possibility?
I think it drops the pawn, no?
You take with the...
I can be quite annoying with knight f3 check as well, but I guess g takes.
And after d takes, the knight e3 is the intermediate move.
She takes it. She takes it. That's a surprise.
Ooh.
That's a surprise to me. She takes on f6. There must be a way she's going to activate the bishop. Bishop f4. This is her idea. Otherwise, this bishop on e3 is so bad. She decided to activate the bishop on f4, e5. This has got to be the choice. Otherwise, it's just very unpleasant endgame. I guess bishop f4, knight e5, bishop e5 is the idea of Kostyuk.
To get this bishop at e5 square where g7 and c7 pawn are targeted, maybe b5 at some point, but now it is black to move. Wow, that's tricky. But can we do knight e5 as well? Bishop before instead of bishop, knight e5.
But I don't have to take. That's the problem. I can play knight e7 from the black's perspective, meaning I don't have to take. Chess is not checkers, right? Unfortunately, that's the biggest difference. Knight goes to d5. This bishop is still terrible.
Yeah.
Maybe this is holding, maybe I'm just exaggerating here, like f3, knight e5, bishop here, king g8, king g1, white is cool as a cucumber, yeah? But I don't think so. I think it's very unpleasant. Fix this pawn perhaps with something like b5, although probably white is not going to play b5 himself. Activate the king on e6, king f8, king e7, king e6. Do something with a kingside pawns and try to trade pair of knights, dominate the knight with a bishop. This could be a very study-like.
This is risk-free, Artur.
Yeah,
this is risk-free, and when you have in this format risk-free position, it is edge, huge edge.
Huge edge for black here. Maybe the engine even says it's simple as 0.4. No, bishop d2 plays Kostyuk, and she says, I'm going to go for a passive defense. Well, I don't know. That's
interesting. So you allow me to play knight d5, knight e4, and bring the king in the center, like king to g8, king. Oh, how about king gets on d5 square? Is it a long way?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 moves.
Yes, like 4 moves.
I don't like this bishop d2. Something is not right about it. And maybe it's the reason because of this king g8. Because white leaves the pawn on d4 unprotected for a while. Mm-hmm. So maybe she had to wait for knight e5 first to be played, then play bishop d2. But Keti, it's very easy to say, you should have played that, you should have played this. But all of the competitive chess players are struggling when you have to choose between, imagine your choices. This is bad, this is worse, this is looking ugly, this I don't like it. This is a nightmare. And then, no, choose one of these combinations, right? It's just very, very difficult.
I'm panicking. I'm myself panicking, especially when I have 3 minutes on the clock and still a couple more moves to play. And Artur, this is maybe not very tense position, but if you don't find the correct moves and correct defense, you can find yourself in a huge problem when 30 minutes arrives on the clock.
Absolutely. So this is move 34. King g8 played very quickly. Of course, it's such an easy move. And maybe now Kostyuk understands, why did I play bishop d2? Because now she sees this idea of the king going to d5. And she might regret having early committed to bishop d2. You see this body language of Kostyuk. It's like, oh my goodness, how did I get here?
Yeah. Zachem. She's repeating probably the same word. Why I found myself in here. I had such a nice position. And there we go. We have the staring look from Garichkin. And that's her like sign. We know that this is Goryachkina's look. We have seen so many photos, chess photos of Goryachkina when she's looking at the opponent, and our spectators, they know it quite well because we are observing this often. And Artur, this is very important to see your opponent, what they are feeling, and to show them that I am stronger right now.
Absolutely. Yes, and I think that Goryachkina is feeling really confident right now. She looks very cool, very relaxed, but she knows this is a very big moment, of course. Even if she doesn't win the game, I don't think it's going to be a tragedy, because the next game she plays with White anyway, but she is going to do everything in her power to win this game, because quite interesting, Keti, it's that both games, it's Black who is pressing for the win. A bit unusual at the highest level, but it happens.
It is, that's true. Our chat asks, is that much tied at this point? Guys, in both matches, what we have right now, on the screen you can see Alexander Kostyuk, Alexandra Goryachkina. It is tie so far. 2 draws has been played. And also Lachno against Tan Zhongyi, 2 games and 2 draws. So if we have a decisive result today, this player who wins the game gonna take huge advantage in tomorrow's game, which is the last game in the classical segment.
Now a big moment for Goryachkina. She has to figure out, can she play King f7? Can she do this? Can she run to d5? Why I'm saying this? It runs into knight e5 check. It allows White to fix the pawn structure, but this endgame might as well simply be lost for White because of this terrible bishop on d2. She needs to figure out in something like 7 minutes, very big decision. For example, think about moves like knight e7, bishop, I don't know, bishop c3 or f4,
f4, yeah,
king
probably.
e6. By the looks, it looks like Black is simply very close to winning, because this bishop here is going to dominate the knight, and she needs to make this decision right now here. After f3, she sees the king goes to d5. Can she play king f7, or should she waste time on something like knight e5 first? Big
That's
moment.
right. And why we are so excited to see this king on d5, because first of all, the d4 pawn is hanging and White has to guard it. And also when the king gets on c4 square, then White's position totally collapses. It attacks at least 3 of White's pieces. So how can you... And those pieces are guarding each other. Seems like White's king is faster. It just needs now 3 more moves to play. Then White cannot even find the spot next to the d5 square. That's really not feasible. How about we play king g3 and after king e6, knight to f4?
Knight f4. And now you take with what?
With the king, because
king.
to be ready to answer king d5 to king f5.
Well, welcome to the Sufferland. What can I say? I mean...
I know.
Oh...
I know. It is.
Maybe you have some counterplay with king h4, etc. Try to escape it again. You look at the stair again, and she has a peek in Kostyuk's eyes, and she's trying to gather some information. Is Kostyuk afraid of king f7? King f7 probably is going to be played.
Wow. Yeah. Goryachkina is in her mode. Fighting mode with her stairs. And it's funny because we have not noticed these stairs before when she had not so good position, right, Artur?
Right. Absolutely. And also let us remind the viewers, there's the second game ongoing. Let's just mention it very quickly, because I have a feeling we're about to see some very critical moves here. Just to jump back off a game between Tan Zhongyi against Katrina Lagno, we have reached this endgame. 4 pawns at each side for both players. Black has the B pawn. I still think Black has some good winning chances, but this game is really simple. Either it's winning, either it's a draw. Yeah. It's so tricky, but White is doing everything she can. She positions the rook behind the passed pawn so that as soon as the Black king is going to run towards this passed pawn, these pawns are going to be under attack. This is a textbook defense by the former world champion Tan Zhongyi. But I think let's jump back to the game of Goryachkina with black color against Kostyuk, because this is where the big action is happening right now.
That's true. And also maybe we're going to have decisive game moves here in this position. Rather, the other Katerina and Tanjongi, this position will not change for a long time. It will stay until some point where Katerina decides to complicate the position more. But here we have this one, and Black is taking some of the time. My question is why she's not playing king to f7 right away, and maybe White wants to play g4 somewhere.
You think g4? I think it's knight e5, no? I think it's the knight e5 idea she has to figure out, but maybe it's g4. So g4, if I play king e6, and king f7 is on the board. This is a move that Kostyuk didn't want to see. I think she didn't want to see this move to be played, and it is on the board. It's like, ugh.
It is on the board. 2 minutes to make decision here and to make another 4 moves. It's not too much to play 4 moves, but you have to make very important decisions.
Knight e5 might as well be lost. Kostyuk knows this. And probably here Goryachkina made sure that knight e5 is just winning the endgame. It looks equalish. It looks a passed pawn for White, but it's Black who is actually playing for the win. Because this bishop on d2, ladies and gentlemen, it's useless. So maybe here Kostyuk has to come up with something else. 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock.
Oh, time is ticking for her. Who would imagine she would have such a struggle on the clock at the beginning of the game? She had edge on the clock just a little bit, but still now she has to make decision to play e5 or to play g4. That's very important decision. It might not be the best choice here. Like knight e5, I would be a bit scared to play this move, Artur, to be honest, because then we're keeping the endgame where I have horrible bishop on the dark squares and you have a tricky knight.
Maybe Kostyuk suspects she is already losing because of this wasted move, bishop d2. It's been inaccuracy after inaccuracy after inaccuracy. She shouldn't have traded the rooks. That was not a great choice, and I think that Alexandra is going to be very unhappy the way she played out the game.
95 is on the board.
95 is on the board. Now the big question is Black winning this by force? Maybe I'm reaching here. It looks like Black is.
Black is having fantastic position now. After knight takes c5, knight takes c5, d takes c5, Black has to find the proper spot for the knight. We showed knight e6, right? That was a really nice square. Knight e7 first, f4 and king to e.
f4, king e6. I guess you need this guy here, king g3. And now my idea was to find the right order of the moves. I'm not sure how to properly execute it. Here, knight e6, here, knight e6. That's it. Black is up a pawn. He has a passed pawn here at the queen side. This guy here is absolutely useless. And of course, Kostyuk is not sure if she can make a draw, but she had no choice. She simply enters this position and prays it's going to be enough to make a draw here.
Oh yeah, was that enough? I don't really know. And also, Artur, instead of knight e6, I would go here with like king to c4 to control also d3 square, so you cannot take opposition. And then, as the pawn is anyway blocked on e5 for the moment, I can play knight e6 even next move, and I can start to just roll the pawns on the queen side.
Exactly. So here we are seeing a lot of moves because both players are reaching time trouble. 37 moves have been played. D takes on e5. I do believe I see knight d5 on the board and not knight e7. Maybe it's actually a bit faster.
Oh, that's the nice close-up of the videos. That actually shows me that she's not very stressed.
What about Keti simply pushing the c-pawn?
I think that's what she's doing right now.
Is this going to happen? c5, takes, king g3, c4, king f3, c3, bishop c1. Is Black winning this? Here.
Knight b4, knight a2.
White is in time.
Okay.
White is in time to save the game. You need a king, but the king cannot really go very far because you need to watch out for this pawn. Maybe the immediate c-pawn launch doesn't secure the victory for Black. Once again, takes, king g3, and you have to do this calculation very quickly.
Yeah, and also Goryachkina catched up on the clock. She has 3 minutes right now. Kostyuk has 2 minutes, and this is move 38. So 2 more moves.
Yeah, and there comes the dreaded 40th move because most of the mistakes, I mean, sort of, I don't know, Keti, 80-90% they're done on the final move.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know. 95, she made this move rather fast, and after F4, which was like quite obvious move, now she's taking quite a lot of time to think. What is in Gorichkina's mind now to take so much time?
I don't like this, because this was pretty forcing, right, Keti?
Yeah.
97 F4, you activate the king here. King D5, you activate the king, you shoulder the white king. King C4, the idea you mentioned was great. Maybe there was something wrong with King H4, King H5, King G6. But to be honest, I highly doubt it, because you can always play G6. Wait, there is G4?
King E4?
Yeah, this pawn is also running somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You need to watch out. Maybe that was the problem. Either way, we are going to find it out after the game. F4 is on the board. And I think there's another move. I think it's King E6.
King E6 is on the board. It's just this knight on D5 is on the way of the bishop, so of the king. Yeah, you can play King D5 next move. So what happens after King G3? That looks the logical move here to play.
I think she's going to play it very quickly. There's just no other move. You don't want to play B5, because the pawn on B5 might as well be lost. She's just making sure if black is not winning on the spot for the C pawn run immediately. King G3. You gotta play this. Maybe G4 first. Maybe here she's trying to figure out, does she have to include G4 first before playing King G3?
I like G4 move as well. But once again, pawn moves are so hard to make. Like maybe she wants to first do 40 moves, get some time, and then think of that.
I don't know.
Less than a minute on the clock. Kostanik is looking so off into the clock. And look at this. She's looking at the clock. 10 seconds down. She's going to make a move. King G3 has been played, and she gets 30 seconds on the clock. This 30 seconds is very saving for this kind of moments.
Yes, absolutely. So King G3 is played. She needs to make one more move, but maybe the position already is so bad. But I have a feeling, Keti, she is going to have to make this terrible choice. King H4, King F3 on move 40. Where are you going to go?
Where to get the king? Because if you play King H4, this is too far from the queen side and you can get back. So if you play this move, you should know that something is going on the king side. And if you play King F3, this is just a waiting move, and one tempo can be important here. Knight goes back on E7. That's black's move.
No, this is a huge moment. Now, where are you going? Either right or left. There's a good chance one of them is losing, the other one maybe it's saving the game. How do you choose when you have 1 minute on the clock? King F3 is played.
Yeah, King F3 has been played, and I think this is move 40. Is it move 40?
Yep,
yes,
that's move 40.
And guys, remember, this is the different type of clock where we have to see first 0, 0, 0, and then we're going to see the 30 minutes increment on the clock.
Yeah, but look at the knight on E7, and now it's not ideal, right? It should have been on E6. I mean, King D5, knight D6 should have been standing there, but maybe black still gets there. Maybe she plays King D5, knight C6, knight E8, knight E6, but this still costs some time.
That is right. So, yeah, honestly, what we had on the position knight on E6 in our variations was better looking for sure, because this knight on E6 controls a lot of squares and is more active, attacks also the pawn on F4. But this kind of positions is very interesting, because this knight can get on E6, and if you spend 2 extra tempi for that, that's still fine, because I don't believe that there will be some dramatic changes on the board.
Right, so I think let's now use this moment to jump back to another game, because here both of the players are out of the time trouble. In the game of Tanjanki against Katrila Lagno, move 39 has been played, and here you see that the players have to make one more move. They have sort of a time trouble, but the position is rather peaceful.
I'm a bit confused, because this is a pawn structure that I don't really expect it to see at this point. But seems like Katerina Lagno have decided to trade the G pawn for the H pawn. And now in these positions, if the pawn is on b2, you can win with the checks, right? So white needs to cover the king with the pawns. So king g4, king g3, something like that. And the question is black capable to win this position with the pawn structure like this on the king side?
You know what's my gut feeling? That this is a draw. That's how I feel. That this is just a draw. Because I think we are going to go down what happened before. White is too active. White is simply too active. And here after rook h1, let's say king g4, of course Lagno can give a check here, h5, king g3, she can give a check here, h4, king g4. The pawn on b5 is under attack. But I think, let's explain this moment, why this check was first given. Now, if you play b4, there's this check. You play, let's say, king g7, you try to keep the pawn. King g4, king e5, white is so active, white is never going to lose this.
Right.
And after king e7, here, after king e7, white simply collects the pawn, and I don't think there's any chances for black to win this. So it's safe to assume that Tan Zhongqi has managed to escape. That's what it looks like.
Yes, have you noticed, Artur, and also chat, the reaction of Tan Zhongqi when she made 40 move? She got off the board and she was visibly upset, probably. She shook her head. And sometimes we have this kind of reactions when we also survive from a very difficult position, that you are shaking your head like, oh, you can't believe that this is happening. So if you guys catch that moment, you might agree with me, but there was visibly on the camera that she was very upset with all the things that happening today in her game.
Maybe that's like a general feeling about the way she played this game. Mm-hmm. She was just unhappy because she got such a large advantage. And now I think she probably suspects that she is very close, try to save it. And that's why you can show some emotion here. How did I get here? Unbelievable. I'm supposed to be the one who is controlling things here, right? And I still managed to screw up a very good opening in the almost lost endgame. And now I still managed to save it. So I think if she was unhappy, she was unhappy about her performance.
For sure. And now the king goes again on the h4, h square, attacking the pawn on h5. Is there a check now happening, or black will give up the pawn and
it just looks like black has no progress? Because maybe she can play king g6, but you can't really play this position without a king.
Yeah, now I can give a check, rook to b6, and if you play f6, then rook to b7 to cut the king from the 7th.
Right, that's what I was thinking about, exactly. So this king is no longer playing. That being said, there also could be a check here on g8. You know, force king, go here, check here, and again you go back. How do you protect this pawn? So I think we have a little time. We could go back and see where was the mistake, because this was the turning point where Lagno took the knight on c5. We're discussing here, maybe bishop f6 had to be played to keep the bishop on the board. I don't know what I would have played myself. I'll tell you honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult to make this decision indeed. Yeah.
So White was doing everything textbook. Mm-hmm. b6. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would like to trade opponents, but maybe there was no choice.
Yeah, that's fine, because you have to create a pass pawn. I think this is the moment when white played h5. Maybe black had to play h5 herself to stop all this pawn push on the king side.
That is a good guess. h5, king f. Let's maybe just show it. h5, whatever white does, king f2. I could give you a check here. Mm-hmm. And I assume you can't go here because you lose the second pawn on h4 as well.
That's right.
So after h5, king f2, check. Where do you go with the king? King g3, king f6.
Now we can start to push the pawn.
It's very close to win, right? Very close to winning position. I'm not totally sure. Check. Oh, wait. There's these checks.
The thing is, like, I really like these positions when the pawn is already on b3 square, so we have more tension on the board, and then we start to bring the king on the queen side.
All right.
So, like king f6, maybe I would rather not play this move, and instead to play b5 right away.
All right, b5. Let's say white waits.
Yeah, king h7 or rook move, b4, b3.
b3. Very good point, by the way. And
Yeah.
if I now f4, I guess I just lose.
Any pawn push on the king side is good for black, right? Because you have more lines to give a check than afterwards.
Yeah, it also drops 2 pawns for no good reason. And now let's say white waits here, 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 here. This could have been a very interesting theoretical position.
Yeah, and also, Artur, I would also include rook to b1 here, just to make sure that I have these annoying ideas that I can play b5, b2 at the right moment, and your king will be at the wrong spot.
Feels very good for black. I can't immediately say that this is winning for black, but black definitely has very good chances. Especially it's a b pawn, not a pawn, because sometimes the king can run here, hide on b2, escape from any checks.
Another very important point is that when we have 4 pawns or 3 pawns on the king side, white cannot collect all these pawns, and white has to give up the rook for b pawn, and that's the moment when we have rook and some of the pawns on the king side. So white's pawn push will be slower in that case.
Yeah, and their viewers are saying, Engine is saying it's a dead draw. I already suspected without an engine, the viewers. I feel that Lagno has messed, and now she knows it. She knows it, and this is so difficult because, again, you go back to that choice of bishop f6. She did not play bishop f6. She was doubting. She was not sure. Is this a win or not? She had a choice to play bishop f6. She decided to be pragmatic. I think it was probably the right choice, but still, I mean, what can I say? I mean, rook games are so tricky. It's easy to misplay. Anton Janki was just leading a textbook defense, activating the king, positioning the rook behind the pawn, and about here it was Lagno who started to misplay the position. h5, rook b2 or rook b1, depending what's more accurate a move. Put the pawn on b3, then activate the king, would give black probably excellent winning chances, although probably there's going to be some rook endgame experts who are going to deny. Listen, Artur, this is such an obvious draw. Don't you know this? The Dvoretzky manual, page number 267. No,
Wait, I have Dvoretzky manual. Can I bring that? Wait,
I have it as well. I have it as well, but I feel it's good winning chances here. I don't know. I mean, it's a unique position.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, wow. This is very interesting. Well, Stephanie Allison in our YouTube chat is screaming out, like, bring the active boards on the screen. Guys, this is a dead draw, and we're talking about the end game, which could happen, and which was a theoretical end game, and there was way more chances to win than here. I don't think there is much to talk about this position as how black is really improving here, how you're getting avoid all those checks.
Yeah, I think there is no way. Now comes the moment of acceptance. You just accept. You missed it. I don't think here Lagno can play for the win anymore, despite the fact she's up a pawn. It's going to cost her the h-pawn. So king g6, check. Here, white goes back. And if you start to push the pawn now, I mean, there's no way you're going to win this. There's no way you're going to win this, unfortunately. And you simply have to accept it. You sit there for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And in the end, you just make the tough choice. Okay, I'm still playing with black, right? So draw is good. So draw is good for the match.
Yeah, and there was really, on the move 13, there was a really big chance that white could get huge advantage.
There's a mention in the chat to check f5. But this was apparently an option for black.
Ah, because there is a pin on the 4th rank.
Right.
So
makes sense, yeah.
If white gives a check, rook to g8, we play king f7, rook to...
I know where to put the rook, maybe
h8,
somewhere here.
Probably, yeah.
Take.
And take the king g.
Maybe here.
But now rook to b. No,
You can't take
that's
it.
rook h6 is a horrible blunder.
With you just up 2 pawns, right? You
Yeah.
can't take the pawn ever.
The checkmate.
I agree. Yeah, f5 was a very strong choice. So how did it get here? Once again, it was here, 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 king h4, king g6. Oh, yeah, and white allowed it, but maybe she had no choice, actually. So white allowed it, and yeah, f5 looks really good. Rook g1, she missed this opportunity, and now white is very active. So, yeah, indeed. f5 was looking really good. I can't say if that was winning, but it was giving at least black some winning chances. Serious winning chances. I mean, this entire endgame was very, very close to be winning, and somehow she misplayed it, and because the tricky endgames. And now, after rook b8, I think we are going to see a draw pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree with this too. It's hard to imagine something as serious as happening when the pawn is on b5. It's just 4 moves away to be at the spot when it creates a danger to white's king.
Right. So let's give Katerina something like 5-10 minutes. It's a tough pill to swallow, definitely. She's not going to forget it. She had unexpected winning chances after a terrible opening.
Let's get back into the game of two Alexandras, where still the things are quite shaky, and white gonna have this bishop on e8 forever there and can't really trade, unless black wants to do. At this point, can we play something like knight c6, which has been played? So the idea is knight d4, and to give a check, ask the white's king, where are you going? And then we're closer to e6 square.
Right. So I do think the e6 square is probably the ideal square for the knight because it blocks the pawn. And there was a question in the chat. I didn't have a chance to answer it because we had a time issue. One of the viewers was saying, how is this winning for black? Because white has the passed pawn. Well, it's all about the piece activity. Now, the bishop on e1, it looks nice, but think about it. What's it doing? It's protecting.
It's not
this
nice.
pawn. It might seem nice, right?
Bishop.
It's not doing a thing. And once you see this position, that knight e4, let's say knight e6, essentially white has lost the pawn majority at the king side. I mean, it's simply not working, while black is going to organize a passed pawn at the queen side. The only question is, can white hold this? I would say that black has excellent winning chances, but I won't say for sure that this is winning. It feels winning.
You know what, Artur? I'm thinking actually when we are going to create the passed pawn, it's better to create b pawn. So it will be farther. And usually we need the passed pawn to get all the attention to this pawn, right? Like white's king and bishop to be busy to stop that.
Yeah, let's say
King
something
C4,
like this. King
yeah.
c4, c5, use the
Knight
knight,
takes.
go back, play b4, stuff like this. And white is just helpless. He can't do a thing. And even if you push h4 at some point to aim for
h5,
breakthrough,
I guess, stops everything here.
yeah, it stops everything. And your king cannot jump to g6 or g5. It doesn't have the power.
Of knight or horse.
Yeah, it feels winning. It feels winning. And that's why, once again, we have to go back to this critical moment when, where was this? King f7. Very, very big moment for Goryachkina. She had to decide, can she allow knight e5? For Kostanik, you can't blame her. The position already was so bad, she simply had no choice. She had to go here and pray it's somehow holding. But I was not really a big fan, Keti, of the choices that she did. And I
know bishop d2 is the move you disliked. First,
no, this was
trade.
the last mistake,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, trading the rook because you needed to keep the rook alive because, of course, I understand the position is so ugly. Maybe rook e6 is a major issue, but now this is really one-sided game. Now, these are major targets, and then immediately she responded with another inaccuracy, simply, I guess, missing king g8, king d5, losing a very critical tempo. Instead, maybe here she still had a chance to hold the position by doing what? I don't know. Get the king on c3 somehow very quickly.
Yeah, we suggested here move like bishop f4 to get this bishop on e5 square to be more active, look for some counterplay. That actually we were thinking that is fine. Here at this point, you can also play something like g4, get this king on g3, f3. There is no doubt that the bishop on e5 is stronger. Also, Artur, in the cases when black wants to bring the king in the center, g7 pawn is something that you have to look always for, not to lose it when bishop is on e5.
And bishop d2 was not right.
Bishop d2, it's just a very passive piece.
Very passive, and I think that Kosteniuk is not going to recognize her game after the game. She's going to be like, how did I play this? This sometimes happens, and she knows all of this. She knows it, but sometimes it's just the hand makes the moves. There's nothing you can do. There was so unpleasant position, and you just make these moves. You're in harder that you got this position after. Again, let me show you the right after the opening. This was the position here. How white is not better here? Slightly
Obviously,
better, right? The white is definitely slightly pressing here, and somehow she completely misplayed it. She was probably shocked by this turn of events when Goryachkina decided she's going to try to play for the win instead of trying to equalize as she's playing with black. Apparently, she can play for the win.
There was indeed the moment when she played a couple of more active moves, and as a result, we have this position now, king on d5, actively stand there, and a very clear plan, just to create a passed pawn, preferably on b file, so that's the more farther from the king side, get the king distracted with b pawn or c pawn, and then reach e4 square with the king and collect all the king side pass pawns. So that can be the black's defense, and the question is how white is going to avoid this, how white can stop this. I honestly can't find a plan here, any single plan. If you play g5 here with white, h5 is an answer to block this. If you play h4, then h5 is an answer not to have any type of breakthrough. And if you trade the pawns on f5, that is fine. You cannot make it on time to take on f5 and play king g3, king h4, king h5. Because Artur, we were talking about this point, yeah, to bring the king on the king side and then try to break through, or keep the king in the center. So Kosteniuk made a choice to keep the king in the center, and as a result now we can see that she has very passive king on f3 as well as the bishop.
No, I'm also thinking maybe Kosteniuk here is researching a possibility to activate the bishop at the cost of a pawn. What else? Because normal play is going to lead to a disaster. That's what it looks like. And I'm thinking, can I sacrifice a pawn? Probably it's not a great idea, but let me just show the idea. Let's say take here. I try to push back your pieces. Let's assume you do this. Now I play something like bishop f6. Let's say you play king d5. I play bishop g7, attacking this pawn. Assuming you protect it, then somehow maybe I'm in time. But you know what my gut feeling says? You're not in time. So that's it. No matter how you look, it just doesn't look right. But I would be thinking, maybe I can activate this bishop somehow.
But Artur, after bishop h4, do I have this choice to play knight d4, still knight e6 to guard the pawn in that way? Wait, what is this game has ended? This is Lagno and Tanjongi.
That's a draw.
I assume that's a draw?
That's a draw. So she accepted that she missed a major opportunity. It's going to be very interesting to follow it tomorrow, because tomorrow the players are going to return for game 4, the final decisive classical game. And it's going to be interesting how Lagno is going to psychologically manage, because I'm pretty sure she is going to check that she was very close to winning, or maybe it's going to be her coaches who are going to prohibit her doing so. Just don't look at the game.
She already knows that for sure. She already knows that something was wrong. She had somewhere big advantage, if not winning. And in a normal circumstances, if just a normal tournament, not so many things on the stake, she would for sure play different moves and different choices. But this is anyway nothing so bad for none of the players, Tanjongi and Katerina Lagno. So far, they have played 3 games, 3 draws, and tomorrow we're going to have another classical game. what we have seen, very likely we might have a fourth draw in the classical portion, and we might have a tie break, at least one match out of two.
Yeah, there's definitely that there's a possibility to for the match to finish in a tiebreak. It's actually a bit odd, Keti, because the previous games of Lagno against Tangenki, they played 9 classical games prior to this candidates tournament, and from 9 games, 7 were decisive. 7 out of 9. And now they are playing 3 draws. So this only means this is really the highest level tournament of extremely big importance. So that's why sometimes they're playing a bit more safer than usual. Although today for Lagno, it was a major missed chance.
That is true. In the chat, we have a question: what happens if White just plays King F3 to E3? So that's the question. Basically, White stands in this position and not makes any changes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. But also, I feel I have to mention one more thing. Maybe this is not necessary for Black, but in addition, you also have to consider this. Take an H5. Now, the question is, at which moment? Maybe do you even need to consider this? There could be a 5 counterplay, but I just want to show this possibility. So Black has one passed pawn here, second pass pawn here. These pawns, they're connected, but they're not moving. So this is another possibility that also White has to consider. That if you play something like King E3, Black at some point could take it and organize another passed pawn at the king side.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, that I was thinking maybe first we create a pass pawn on the queen side and then keep this opportunity on the king side, not close up the king side, and then open up after that.
Maybe.
If that makes any sense.
It definitely makes sense. I'm not even sure if Black is going to rush with the trade of C5 because the pawn on B4 is a weakness. I think Kostyuk is just trying somehow hold on to the game. And I see one of the viewers in the YouTube chat said the engine is saying Black is clearly winning. Well, it feels like that.
It feels
like that, yeah. Despite the fact it's equality, material equality, despite the fact that White has a passed pawn, it feels like Kostyuk is in a very big trouble here, and we just can't find a defense for her.
It's not even risk-free position. We don't even call this kind of positions risk-free position. It's just winning for Black. And also, on top of that, Kostyuk time is again dropping down to 13 minutes right now, and very likely there will be second time where Kostyuk will find herself in a time trouble.
Wait, but now I have a question. Can I just oddly noticed it. Can I take on a 5? Can I do this? I need to open the position. I mean, what else? I have to try something.
Right, we have to take it back, yeah.
There's a check.
Maybe knights take 94, 95. How about that?
Yeah, that's the second choice. But let's check this. And now I try to run with the king to pawn h6. Can I do this? Except you're not getting far. There's a 4.
Knight f3, nice.
Yeah.
Bishop c3, knight c2.
Yeah,
and bishop d2, you are anyway stopped to go on h4 because knight f3. Well, this knight to d4 makes a lot of differences.
Yeah, the knight is dominating the bishop. Let's say here, knight e6. Now you can't go king h4, bishop e3, king e4. No, you can't do this. Even knight e4 check, but I think g takes on the 5 is just looking just solid. Maybe give up the pawn before Black can block it.
Something we take that for sure, yeah.
Not sure, do I take it immediately?
Yeah, with the 94, 96 is great because pawn on f4 will be hanging.
I want to somehow activate my bishop. Get this pawn on h5 to play king h4.
And now king to e4. You play bishop e5 and I go c5.
Now I resign.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it doesn't work. And that's the things that Kostyuk now is checking. She's checking. That's what she's thinking. She's out of ideas.
Yeah. And Artur, we have today both of the endgame where the games has changed. It was decisive in both cases, this endgame. But when we have rook endgame, it's possible and there's a lot of chances to end up in a draw. in a rook endgame, but any other endgames are still game on. As you can see here now, we have bishop and knight endgame, and there is a little chance to make a draw here. While in the rook endgame, even with so many pawns on the board, the game in the end ended up with a draw because it has a character to be more resourceful when rooks are on the board.
Yeah, and I think also a key point is an active piece. So you need to have an active piece to hold the position. And in Dungeon Key's game, she had an active rook and an active king. And this is why she was able to save the game. In Kostyniuk's case, she can't activate the pieces. Okay, g takes e5 is on the board. She has to do something. Maybe try to confuse Goryachkina so that she's choosing between knight e4 check and g takes e5. The only chance maybe for Kostyniuk is try to confuse Goryachkina with the choices. Because once you have one clear path to the victory, I'm sure that Kostyniuk is going to find it. But when you have to make choices, maybe this is how you can confuse the opponent. Because, you know, this also reminds me how very experienced players are escaping seemingly completely lost positions. They give the opponent five opportunities to win the game and 2 opportunities to miss it. And they hope that the opponent is going to be confused between all of these 5 choices. Because when you have one choice, just one direct way, you easily find it. When you have 5, sometimes the players, they're trying to compare these continuations, trying to figure out the most precise continuation. This is usually, not usually, but sometimes where mistakes are made.
That's right. I agree with that. That's the most mistakes are happening. Indeed. So, this is the perfect position for Goryachkina. She's taking her time to think and consider. Shall we take a look what happens after knight e4? Probably she's considering this move too, although she already captured with g4.
Sure, they played it. I guess after knight e4, king g4, there could be some ideas. Let's very, very quickly, I'm going to show it. Here, knight f5, h4. Oh, there's some h5 ideas. Still great for black. Why do you need this? So she checked it like 1.5 minutes and said, no, thank you.
Yeah, and why to change anything? And we have seen many variations when king on h4 can be going there, but black's king is active. And this is a very, very nice game to show what does it mean to have an active king. And we have king e3. Kostyniuk is trying to hold the position with just a move that passes a move order to black. And after king to e3, here is this possibility to play king c4 or to play knight d4 first to control the e-pawn with a knight.
Right. Now, after king c4, trying to shoulder the white king, maybe her idea is to give up the pawn. Like e6, king d5, I go back after this pawn. Let's say bishop c3.
Maybe b5 even to go all in now.
All in. Okay. b5 here. And now I need to activate the bishop.
Yeah, bishop here.
Takes and bishop g7.
Bishop e5 even? No.
This is probably what she's hoping for. Some kind of an endgame like this. Probably it's still lost. But at least, you know, you have some ideas here. Get the king here. But I'm not sure that black even needs to do this. I mean, maybe just knight g6 wins the game. Knight g6, c6. The knight always goes back when it's required. Yeah, just play knight g6 here, c6, easy. Take. The king is gonna run here, and then you activate your knight. No, it's just winning.
That's right.
So it's also not working for Kostyniuk. But even that being said, I mean, maybe black can just play knight e4. But this allows white at least shoulder now the black king.
Yeah, opposition in the end game, there is very important topic. Now king cannot really get on the sides. However, how about c5 still here? And when pawn takes, knight takes. All right, and king to e4 now.
No, I'm getting some chances. You allow me to escape.
This is the chance that white will definitely take.
Because knight e4 is not a threat. I'll just take it. My e-pawn runs forward. Now, I think it's very critical not to allow the white king to be activated. So bishop d2. Maybe start with something like b5. Oh wait, b5 could be bishop e3. You could misplay it. Probably there's some zugzwang. c5. Take it. It's not so convincing. I think actually king c4 is more precise. Yeah, and she plays it.
Yeah,
no surprise there.
C4.
No surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this move. I really love this move to take d3 square under the control. And guys, there is one of the key points in the end game. A lot of people don't like end games, and they think it's very difficult. Maybe it's a bit difficult, but there is like few things you can remember. And if you remember and implement in your position, you can actually save a lot of games. And one of these key things is the opposition in the end game, to keep the king in front of the king, to limit as much as possible. And now with the king c4, we call that kind of like shouldering. So we don't allow white's king to give us the opposition.
Right. I think e6 loses very quickly, so Kostyuk is not going to do it, and she might give another chance for black to take on b4. This is, of course, never going to happen. And why is this? Because I have a feeling that black is simply not winning the same game. Just play king d2,
e6,
b1.
e6?
What? Oh, wait. White is in time. Oh, white is in time. No, actually, I thought that black is in time to stop it. Oh, my goodness.
I thought you were going there and like...
No. I thought
did not interrupt.
I hallucinated. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I had a big point, but maybe in some lines there could be something like this, and I don't think that black is going to win this, because this pawn is always going to keep the black king busy.
Yeah, true.
So maybe there are some ideas that Kostyuk was looking at, that she could give up this pawn in some scenario while this pawn is saving her game. But Goryachkina is too good to allow it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a blunder for sure. Sometimes we have some kind of imaginations that we think something is wrong, and this kind of things happens to everyone for sure. But that's why it's very important to use all the time. Goryachkina has 26 minutes. That's a lot of time, really. And also to make some moves like it's risk-free, like knight d4, knight d6. Those kind of like moves are probably gaining a lot of in these end games. Like you're not losing, you're not blundering anything with that moves, and you're improving slowly, but definitely you need to keep the eye on your plan, which is to create a pass pawn on the queen side.
Right. Well, Kostyuk is outplayed by brute force in endgame, but unfortunately for her, she made it happen. So she knows it. But yeah, okay, maybe she's going to just play bishop d2, just show you a technique.
Yeah.
Black has to choose. I could play b5, bishop e1. I could try to shoulder your king even more, like knight e7, knight e5. I'm not sure how accurate is this. Maybe just put here and...
96, one more thing.
96 again.
c5 next move.
c5, put the knight on c5.
Knight and push the pawn.
And just push forward the pawn. Oh, wait, now wait, this is not drawing, yeah?
You take the f pawn.
Yeah, you take the f pawn. Even this, but even this is winning for black. But black's idea is so simple. Maybe knight e6 is a bit more precise. And then you just storm forward. There you go.
And Artur, do you remember there was either first round or the second round when we saw on the video when Alexandra Kostyuk was shaking her leg and visibly were so into the game and struggled. But now we see her more calm. We can see her on the face, and those kind of end games. You don't have much of the chances. All the chance you have if your opponent makes a horrible blunder or some inaccuracy. And the other kind of games that she had earlier, it was still tense and it was still some things going on. But here, like, you just wait to your opponent. There's no counterplays.
I think she's going to simply resign. I see no ideas. That's it. So If she found the idea, she definitely suspects that Goryachkina already sees it. Put the b5, knight e4, knight e6, c5, take with the knight. I mean, white is just so powerless with his bishop. And maybe Kostyuk is going to try e6. e6, bishop c3, activate the bishop, but that's for sure losing as well. So I wouldn't be surprised she would just stop the clock right here.
For less than 5 minutes on the clock, maybe she can try a couple more moves still, as the pawn on e5 is so beautifully looking. And very often we dream to have a passed pawn which is guarded by the pawn. This e5 pawn here is not really winning because it is not going forward for the moment. And the most important is that our bishop on e1 is way weaker than knight on c6.
Right, and this also is going to be one of the few victories by Goryachkina with the black color, because so far, okay, king e2 is played, doesn't change much, because so far in the previous games, Kostyuk against Goryachkina, excluding the start of this match, she had played 12 games with white, and only 5 games with white for Goryachkina. And Kostyuk was doing really well with the white color. Really well. Something like, 5 victories and 1 loss with quite a few draws. And now this is the second loss for her with the white color, which is a bit unusual. But it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. So king e2 has been played here with a white. I was thinking about this situation, Kostyuk will get white pieces tomorrow in the last round where she has must win. Oh, sorry, it's black actually. She's going to go with the black pieces and she will be in must win situation if the game ends logically, as black is having here big advantage and winning position if black wins it.
Maybe Kostyuk's idea, final chance, is put the king on b1. Anticipate black forming the passed pawn, but black can dominate this king even further.
Right.
So, and then you put the knight in e6.
Position. Once again, the opposition is so powerful to in the end game.
Let me again show it to you. Here, c5, takes, c4, here, c3. I mean, there you go. This pawn is going to promote, right? Yeah. And white has to give up the bishop for the pawn, and this leads to a victory. No, this game is totally over. So let's just wait for the final moves. Like I said, I do believe that Kostyuk is going to resign either here or 1 or 2 moves later. It doesn't really matter. But unfortunately for Kostyuk, this also means that her chances in the match now are very
slim. Yeah.
Slim, because she needs to win on demand tomorrow with black against a player who has been dominating her in the match. Because you might remember the first game of the match of Kostyuk against Goryachkina. There also it was Goryachkina who was pressing for the victory with the black color.
Yeah, we remember how much she was dominating on the king side. And today we also had the action on the king side, which finally resulted, and Kostyuk couldn't hold the position. And I remember in this interview after the first game, she said that she was having very bad position, and only factor that saved her was the time scramble. So there was like no time on the clock for Goryachkina, and some missed chances happened, right? But today she's holding on time really nicely, and she played very convincing game.
All right. Very beautiful game by Goryachkina today. Starting this moment when she managed to take over the game, played a classical example how to utilize the power of the knight against the bishop. You know, Keti, I'm going to show this to my students.
Yeah.
You think that the bishop is a strong piece, then you show the same game Goryachkina against Kostyuk and say, no, I mean, it's all about the piece activity and what they're doing on the board.
That's right. That's a really good thing that what you just said. This is indeed the game you can show to people, and they can for sure learn a lot of things. And earlier I read a lot of comments in the chat. Guys, thank you so much for being here and being so supportive and so helpful with suggesting all the moves. And there was a point when they were saying that I don't understand these moves until commentators explain why they played this. So that's very nice. And we're so glad to witness all this together and to have another very high class tournament. Talking about Goryachkina, she is very young. She is around 22, I guess. Maybe even 24 probably.
24,
and, yeah, 24, and she is number 2 now. So basically, because of How You Fan has a very high rating, 26.38, and Goryachkina has 25.48. But she was one of the few players who crossed 26 rating barrier, and for the moment, Goryachkina is even higher rated player than current world champion Ju Wen-jun and the winner of the Pool A, Lei Tingqi.
And she was the runner-up of the previous World Championship match against Ju Wen-jun, right? She lost it, right? And that's why she's seeking for her second chance. This time she's going to come back more experienced. If she's going to make it more experienced, stronger. So I wouldn't be surprised that at some point Goryachkina is going to make a world champion because she's so strong. She's so young, right? So only a matter of time.
Yeah, I remember her from very early age because she's not in my age, but I remember she was competing in the youth categories and also later in the women tournament, and everybody was scared of her because she was this tactical player who was playing really strong games. And so far she is improving so much that she never has a drawback down with the rating. She's always increasing as much as possible. So that's really nice to be so solid at this high level.
Yeah, and Kostyuk is down 1 minute on the clock. Maybe that's one more final trick, because sometimes when you go into time trouble, your opponents are pressed, try to play for your time. But the position is so simple for Goryachkina. She's not going to fall into this trap. But this is actually a known trick, right? When you're in bad position, deliberately enter a bad position and hope that in time trouble, your opponent is going to rush. So here...
That's right.
Bishop D2.
Look at this time situation. Kostyuk has less than a minute on the clock. That's an extra thing. Like, you don't even have enough time. Like, it's you who has no time, not your opponent.
Yeah, but here I don't think it plays any role. Goryachkina is reminding herself she has 25 minutes on the clock. I think B5 is the cleanest way, maybe C5. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. I think B5, then maybe C6, C5. She's going to choose the most accurate order moves. I think B5, Bishop E1, C6, then C5. Let me show it to you.
Right.
Here, and C6. Force the black bishop go to D2, so that king D2 drops the pawn on B4. This is not very good, obviously. And now you play C5. Now this king is still cut off. And after bishop E1, now I guess you just play... What was the right order of the moves? Knight E6.
You can just avoid this king, like bishop sacrifice and king D4 with the knight E6 to control this, and then push the pawn afterwards. Just take on F4, yeah.
Now you drop the pawn on F4.
Oh, chat wants to distract you.
Yeah, I'm laughing at the comment. The England football team will become world champion 2020. What do I think? No, they won't be champions. I think it's going to be Brazil. I'm rooting for Brazil, but that's...
Cut the conversation short.
That's off topic. No, I'm totally rooting for Brazil. Yeah. Always been, since my childhood. All right. So, what Goryachkina is going to do here, B5, C6 is my estimation. C5 wins as well. C6 wins as well. H5 probably wins as well.
Is there a move which is not winning? Of course, I'm not considering like blunders here, something like knight c5 or knight g5 moves, but...
I mean, there's at least 3 moves which are not winning. 1, 2, 3. So, there's a chance.
Just 3 moves out of all these possibilities. There's only 3 moves that which is not winning.
Yeah.
This is how bad White's position is.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately for Alexandra, but she's a fighter. And she's doing everything she can.
That is right, and sometimes we think that it's a bad feeling to go to the last game where you are in a must-win situation, but it's not also easy to go in the last game where you just need a draw. Like, it really depends. Sometimes you are choosing so passive approach and trying to make a draw that bad things happen. Like, we had this situation in the Pool A where Conor Humpy lost the first game against Anna Muzichuk lost against Conor Humpy. I have some issues with Conor Humpy today for some reason. I always say that she was not playing, she was losing. But what I mean is she won the first game, and then Anna was struggling to come back for 3 other games, and then she scored in the last round. And who would imagine that, Artur, right? When you are in a situation where you already win 1 game and then draw is also important, like enough for you, and you're going to the tie breaks after that, where obviously Anna used this chance in the tie breaks. That day was crazy. I think we were doing commentaries together.
Yeah,
Or
maybe.
not.
Yeah, maybe. I think we did, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, really. Okay, so Goryachkina is spending a couple of minutes. This has got to be the feeling of the importance of the moment. She already made up her mind. She knows the plan. She sees the plan. She's just double, triple, quadruple, quintuple checking. Is there some tricks? Is there something? What is the most precise? She already knows everything.
I think she just enjoys the moment.
Maybe. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you can also
Why to rush? You have 20 minutes. Just look for all the possibilities. And very often you are in this situation when you have so complicated position and there is some counterplay. And let's be honest here, White has not much of the counterplay, and White is just waiting here for the moment if the opponent gives a chance. So she's just taking this time and
Probably
finding
not,
all possible ways.
Not more than a couple of minutes.
Right, 20 minutes still?
She's not going to sit until 10 minutes. No. She's going to play faster.
No, 10 minutes is maybe too much. Because it's good to divide the time properly, right? This is still not the end. Still some technique is required. That's why Alexander Kostyuk is keeping it going, waiting. So we suggest here several moves: b5, c6, c5. Those are the very obvious moves that Black can play.
I would play b5, c6. But to be honest, I don't think it really matters. Maybe there's some minor differences. You have the same plan,
right? You want to create a b pawn.
Yeah, once again, b5. Here, c6, just to give White a zugzwang. That's a zugzwang. This pawn is under attack. You need to protect it. King d2 is allowing you to take it. Maybe she's checking some...
Bishop d2, probably.
Bishop d2, c5. We already looked at this line. Knight c5. What do? Okay, maybe activate the bishop. Yeah, maybe like this, actually. You know, here. And something like this. And after knight e6. Yeah, now what? I mean, king d2, I just take the pawn, right?
For sure. And then you play knight e6 back and push f4.
Yeah.
To connect two passed pawns on the side.
Okay, what else? What else White can do?
I'm really running out of the ideas. Like,
no, there's no idea.
Possibly, like something like b4, bishop b4, king d4.
Now, this already looked at. Even this we looked at.
Yeah. It's not even a chance here.
Yeah, but even this is not necessary for Black, because Black can simply play knight e6 first. So if Black is concerned about this, so finally we are going to get a move. The king is what? Ooh, king b3.
King b3.
Okay, probably wins as well.
Oh, this is something very fancy.
More shouldering.
Wow. So she just wants to play c5, c4, c3, c2, and how you're going to stop that?
No, it looks... I'm not going to be original. It looks winning.
Wow, powerful move.
Yeah,
30
but
seconds for Alexandra.
maybe not even necessary. But maybe here Goryachkina just made the cleanest move.
Yeah. I wonder what's the engine's preferable move, guys. If you can, please check for us. Is King B3 the first engine move, or there's B5 or any other move?
King C2, complete the domination. Oh, wait, there could be some tricks. There's no tricks. Wait, I was thinking this.
Not D4?
Yeah, but do you want to dislaunch the knight? Maybe this is too much, you know?
Yeah. Although this is still winning, yeah?
Should be winning, yeah? But now at least I managed to kick off your king a bit further. Okay, King C2 probably is too much. This is too much. I don't know
Artur,
why.
after King E2, we go C5 anyways here.
Yes, of course. C5 takes, king goes here, C4, C3.
C3.
That drops the pawn.
I'll go C2 and then knight C5, knight D3.
Oh, wait, there's been a move. King E2 is... yeah, there's no move. So what do you say again? C5, takes.
Mm-hmm.
Here, C4.
C4, C3, C2.
Yeah.
And when king is on C1 square, we just need to bring the knight on C5 and D3.
Yeah, so maybe here I can play here. Oh,
yeah, king C3,
no.
king
Okay, let's just wait. There's nothing
Let's just
to
have
analyze.
a big screen. Yeah, the camera.
There's nothing to analyze anymore. That's it. Even to us, this is very obvious. It's a victory. So I think Goryachkina is just, again, like I said, double checking everything, because with this victory, she's taking the lead in the match with one game to go, and tomorrow she's playing with white. Or maybe she just wants the opponent to suffer, you know? So that she's sitting in this terrible position for extra time.
The thing is that at this point, this is so much of the tension and so much of the competition that you want to use every second to show your opponent that you are dominant in this match. So she's not taking any risk here, and that's even worse for Alexandra Kostyuk, because if Goryachkina uses this time, it means that she will have less and less inaccuracy, right? So she was thinking the 5 minutes, and she played king to b3 move, and now it's probably unstoppable. This idea c5 and c4 and all the way down to c2 square. So I think Kostyuk would like if Goryachkina speeds up a little bit and play faster. So that's when the mistake happens.
Yeah, maybe king c2 is the final hope that Goryachkina is going to try to use a complete domination of the king, and then b5 is giving some chances. But of course, she is checking that. She's just checking what's the cleanest, what's the fastest way to victory.
Still 16 minutes.
I would have already played c5, to be honest.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I don't have a big patience. For when it's winning, it's just winning, and you can't wait.
Maybe c5, b5, but okay, king c4, king b5 just collects the pawn, so that's also over. What is she thinking about? Not always the chess players, they're thinking about the game, essentially.
Sometimes I think about food.
Maybe she think
what
about
I should eat today.
Yeah, what she's gonna eat at the dinner, how she's gonna spend the time. Michael Tal was thinking.
Good.
Yeah, Michael Tal was famously once thinking about how to get hippopotamus out of the marshes.
Out of what?
Yeah, I mean, out of the swamp. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So he was thinking about how to do it technically. I mean, use a helicopter, or how you can get him out. And then he decided, okay, just let the hippopotamus drown, right? I mean, I can't figure it out an easy way. I mean,
that was the
sure.
biggest puzzle he couldn't solve.
It's a joke, of course, but this is actually a real story, and it just shows that chess players are sometimes thinking about various things during the game. I'm not saying
It's also part of the stress. If you don't do this, it's really stressful, right? You will go crazy, and that's this kind of things. Like you try to relax a bit. But you know what I'm really curious, like probably he mentioned about this at the interview, right? After the game. So he was so struggling to find a way that he even admitted what he was thinking.
It's not like he wrote on the score sheet, I was thinking about hippopotamus, right? Probably not. I don't really know. I mean, I don't know.
Probably at interviews, or he told someone like friend, and then someone wrote it in the book.
I mean, look at the body language of Kosteniuk. She's annoyed. Why we are still playing? No?
Should I resign myself? Or wait, I can't resign. It's your move.
Why are you not playing? Why are you not playing? Just make the move already. Okay, this pace is a bit weird. I said she's not going to spend 10 minutes. She is spending 10 minutes.
She's on the way. She's on the way to do so. Wow.
There must be something we are simply not seeing. There's the only explanation. There must be some trick that we passed very quickly, and for Goryachkina, this is not. Oh, she plays King C2.
Ooh, King C2. She wants to get more and more space advantage.
This is not what I would have played. Okay. Now, what about B5 here? You see suddenly Kosteniuk grows up. Mm-hmm. He's like, is this my chance? Is this my chance to confuse the opponent with B5? Probably still losing anyway.
It's losing, yeah. Like after B5, we take this, I think, with the knight, 94 knight B5, and then start to push the pawns on the queen side. That's
King
She
E1.
goes with King E1.
Oh dear. Why so passive?
It's so hard to make decisions like B5 because if you push B5, it's lost.
Yes, it's lost, but it's lost anyway, right? So
the question in the chat, she doesn't see it. The thing, guys, is that this position is so good that there are like plenty of candidate moves, at least like 4 candidate moves, which can be equally good.
I would have tried this in a heartbeat. I mean, without thinking.
Okay,
I mean,
how about 96 now?
Yes, I don't argue it's lost. I don't argue, but I would have tried it here. Now I want to go. Yes, now I go here. You know, some ideas. Bishop E7.
I understand your point, maybe to give some kind of counterplay, but
here, right?
Come on, don't lose the game.
No, I mean, I tried to come up with some active ideas. That's why I was a bit surprised that both of them missed it. Maybe after B5, there's something very, very fast. Like, maybe Black doesn't have to take, because this is not very obvious, is it? This guy got stalemated very quickly, and King D5 is an option. Strange. I mean, just strange. I mean, I don't get it. Must be tiredness. I mean, they've been playing already the third game. Yeah, now finally she plays C5.
Yeah, I think today is the longest day of these matches, what we have, and this is the longest game. So we had increment in this game, and now we're back to the time scramble once again. Kosteniuk has 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wait, look at this trap. Whoop.
Wow. Wait, can I take it? And whoa. Oh, wow.
How about this trap? How about the imagination of Kosteniuk?
Oh, I think she sees that. She sees that.
That's why she played B5. That's the only chance she has left. The only card. Maybe something about this B5 was making Goryachkina slightly nervous, thinking about it. How do I capitalize on it? King D3, Bishop A5, checkmate to the pawn. What about King C4? Take it. King B5. Oh my goodness, this poor bishop, now it's trapped and now you can resign. Oh wait, it's not trapped. It's Bishop B8.
Yeah, but if we play king to c4 back,
Now we are back
Now
to the
knight
position where we
f4.
started.
yeah, or knight.
Nice,
yeah.
nice idea. But this idea of b5 Keti, this must be why probably she didn't want this. Where was this? Oh, sorry, let me go back. After king, instead of king c2, why she didn't play c? Oh, wait.
That's a question I cannot really answer because that was very obvious move for me to play this one. Maybe b5 again?
No, but there's king c4, right?
Yeah.
There's no bishop a5 because nobody take it.
Right.
So after king c2, Kostyuk got a sudden unexpected chance. These are the nerves. This is nothing else. These are the nerves. The nerves are getting the better of Goryachkina. She should have finished this game already something like half an hour ago. She's still here. She's still struggling. The position is so winning. She's confused. And this is maybe because of her young age. I don't know. King d3, bishop a5 to be blitzed out very quickly. There you go.
She plays that king c4 should be played now. If Goryachkina takes the bishop on a5, we're going to see very bad result here for black as the knight is capable to stop both pass pawns. So king to c4 now seems to be the move that should be played rather fast.
Oh, wait. She just collects the pawn on f4. I completely missed it. Yeah. And now you put the knight on e6. This is slow technique. Maybe king c4. No. This is still easily
And
winning.
push f4, another pass pawn, yeah.
Yeah, king d2, maybe king c4, again, shoulder the king, knight e6. It's just taking longer than it should be, but still this is winning. Goryachkina hasn't missed anything.
Yeah,
so,
no, this is a very clean move. Let's be honest, like all this kind of c pawn push and everything was very nice, but she still has this c pass pawn and she has now extra pawn on f5. This is very clean, and that's why she was taking 10 minutes now to calculate everything.
Yeah.
She didn't miss a thing at all.
Probably not. Although it was a bit slow, but still, it's a very important game.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah, the question is when do you resign? That's a very good question, and it's very good that you guys are asking this kind of questions because you don't know where to find the balance. It's very hard to give up the game, right? Because when you resign, that's game over. But you need to know, and you don't want to be rude to your opponent and play the game like without a queen, right? Artur, what would you say to your students? When is the time?
Only when you have no chances. Nobody has made points by resigning early. It's really so simple. Resign when you have no hope. And every single player in the world is going to continue until the moment he has, or he or she has some hopes, right? As soon as here Kostyuk is going to be absolutely sure she has run out of ideas, there's no tricks, an opponent totally demonstrates she's winning. Kostyuk knows that's it. I have to stop the clock because why should I waste my time and my opponent's time? Let's just call it a day. But she's fighting, and maybe the longer the game takes, the more nervous is going to be Goryachkina, right? Because again, in her mind, this game was sealed like almost like an hour ago, maybe less. And yet they're still here. They're still playing.
Yeah, I think a couple more moves should be played here. I don't think Alexandra would resign in here because, guys, if you resign in all your games, then when are you going to win? Like sometimes you're getting lucky, sometimes your opponent blunders something. So this is fine, and it's not disrespectful to play decent game. This very specific game so far, but when the both pawns gonna go pushed forward, I think that will be the moment we're gonna see the resignation.
King d4 could be a very nice final move to dominate again the king.
And then to play knight g6 and knight e5 to get rid of that pawn forever. Or honestly, I would play knight e6 just like that and push f4.
I mean, again, there's many ways. King d4, this is what I would choose.
King d4 or king d5?
No, king d4, just to dominate the white king.
Yeah, I would choose king d5 and then knight g6, knight e5.
Oh, that also works. Oh, yeah, you
I
just
like
collect
to
the
grab
pawn.
the pawns.
You're a pawn grabber. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, king d5, knight g6. I think this pawn doesn't even matter, to be honest. But
Yeah,
you
that's
can
true.
grab it. You can grab it.
Okay, Alexandra Gorchkin also seems to like to grab the pawns as she plays king to d5. Not necessarily she's going to play knight g6 next move. Maybe she's going to play knight to e6 and push c4, f4. And with this move, king to d5, she just centralized the king.
Right. I guess h4. Maybe here Kostyuk is looking for some chances. As soon as black is going to take on e5, she could have some access to king e3, king f4, attacking the knight and the pawn. Maybe h4. But then the pawn, h-pawn drops immediately. h4, knight g6 is a move.
She goes with h4 as... Oh, I did not really saw that the h3 pawn was hanging.
h5 could be the final move as well. Fix the pawn, then play knight g6. No, that's it. There's going to be a couple of moves finally. Now I think I can safely say it. Couple of final moves we're watching, and this game is going to finish very, very quickly. Already you can see Goryachkina has picked up the pace of a blitz. She also needs to demonstrate some confidence that she's got this.
Yep, bishop on a7. Now if we take the pawn on e5, then I'm going to take the pawn on c5. Probably that's also losing, but why to go to that kind of complication? Just you can push c4 right now and capture the pawn on e5 next move. You can play also knight e6. You can play knight g6.
This is her idea, what she wants.
Knight, yeah.
Which is winning anyway, but... and then the king goes here, but at least some chances, right? You know, the pawn is on the edge of the board.
And she goes with...
She played something.
King d4 now. And
All
bishop
right.
got back on b8.
So, dear viewers, how it's been for you this day? Did you expect these results? Actually, we were very, very close to have two decisive games on the black color. In case you just joined us, the second game, Tan Zhengqi against Katerina Lagno, finished in a draw where the Chinese Grandmaster had excellent position after the opening. At least we liked it. Then she misplayed it big time, and she was very close to losing. But then I think Katerina Lagno missed some chances in the rook game, having a pawn up, and the game finished in the draw. There's a second score sheet, Keti. You know, I have a feeling this is a magical moment. You don't want to start the second score sheet. It involves so many things. Writing down the first name, last name, date, changing the numbers, 61, 62, 63, 64. I think the game is going to finish before move 60. So that they don't have to write on this next score sheet. You know, that's the most terrible thing I've ever seen. You take the score sheet and the second score sheet, you type in all of these things.
And you made only two moves.
Yeah, one move you resign.
Yeah.
That is so terrible. But it happens.
It is very terrible feeling indeed. So they have played really a lot of moves. 59 move right now. So you think that they will not ask for the second score sheet until the resignation before that?
Probably no. This is the final move. F-pawn is going to advance. No, yeah. There's going to be another final move. Okay, this is the final move of 4. There you go. There's no more moves after this. F4, that's it. You don't start a new score sheet. That's it.
Oh.
No! Really? I'm so wrong.
No.
I am so wrong. And Goryachkina's like, really? Okay.
No problem. Longer game, better for me.
I think she needs to write down the first name, the last name, the date, maybe the rating.
No, not necessarily. You
No?
need to write down only last names. That's the mandatory. You don't have to write down also the name. So, but yeah, now we can.
I mean,
see
F3, the
Kostyanik
pawn
does.
advances, right? It's not a very difficult technique. Yeah, I can only guess that Alexandra Kosteniuk is hurting, and that's why she's not resigning. But, I mean, yeah, now you see it's psychology only. Very upsetting, of course, but that's sport. That's sport. I mean, you lose sometimes. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you have heartbreaking losses. It is what it is.
Yeah. I had such an experience as a player when I was playing the end game. I was completely winning at the European Rapid and Blitz against very strong opponent. I missed the chance. I still had an extra pawn, but it was like this 3 versus 2, yeah? And it's Blitz. You have all the rights to keep it going. I remember that the commentators were asking, why is this game still going on? Because, like, honestly, anything can happen, and you cannot ask anyone to end the game because it's not disrespectful. It's just a game still going on. And there was a moment when I told to myself as a commentator, I will never ask the question why this player or that player is not resigning, because this is very personal. It is the game of these individuals only, and also to make the decision to stop the clock is the hardest decision to make. It's very personal moment, so it takes some time, and definitely these players deserve to be given that time.
Okay, now is the final move. I'm not going to be this time correct, because of course the idea, F2, take it, King D7, Bishop D6, some ideas, of course there are no ideas, but Knight F4 check is the cleanest.
F2.
Yeah, and then you play F2. Okay, this is going to be the final move, finally. So, I mean, Kosteniuk is trying every single chance. She's desperately trying to hold on here, but there's unfortunately for her nothing to hold on. F2 is going to be slightly more trickier victory. I mean, I don't think it's even tricky. But Knight F4 is the cleanest of the all clean victories here. So there you go.
She's going for that. Check is on the board and F2 move. And here we have a handshake. As now F2, F1 is unstoppable, and we have a resignation. This is move 62. Artur, look at this. We had second score sheet and we had 2 more moves actually only written down there. But anyways, this is the only decisive result today out of 2 games, which means that the last round at the classical portion, Gorodkina goes with a 1 point advantage. If Kosteniuk wants to strike back, she just needs to win with black pieces to go to the tie breaks, which can happen the next day. And meanwhile, in the other match, the situation is more equal, as any result can be possible in there. And in this match, in case of draw or in case of Gorodkina's win, she is the one who gonna qualify to the next round.
But still not everything is over for Kosteniuk, right? There's still tomorrow. So Kosteniuk was doing absolutely best, unthinkable, trying to hold on to this game for as long as she could, desperately seeking any chances. It was just a very, very driven game until the very end. She did not try to give up, of course. We already buried White's chances a long time ago. And it definitely felt the game was over pretty much like for 1 hour already. But she was trying. So we have to, of course, give a huge thumbs up to Kosteniuk for the fighting spirit. And also, this is a great role example for maybe the younger generation, that you show that you have to fight it until the end, right? And although it seems that it's so hopeless, maybe out of 100 games, there would be this one game where she would save the game, right?
Absolutely. I have seen so many games and so many situations that she has come back, and otherwise you cannot be really champion, and she is quite titled player. I think she is the one who has won most of the titles among all these players. And still, last round in is going to happen. So very important for Kostanik tomorrow. She's starting with the black pieces. It's very important what will be her preparation. She has to, first of all, forget today's match and get ready for the next round. I know that she likes to run after the game. That probably helps her to let the stress go out. So we don't know if she's gonna run because we're not there. We're in our homes. But anyway, there are like some of the ways that these players know how the stress to go out. And meanwhile, Tanjongi should feel very lucky today not to lose the game, as well as Katerina might also have the feeling as she was a bit struggling in the opening. So we have still a lot of interesting things happening. And guys, we're inviting you to join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. local Uzbekistan time, 11 a.m. Central European time, 12 p.m. for Artur. All right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the time for me. So be back tomorrow, and we are going to witness very interesting matches. Kostyuk is definitely going to try to fight back. Huge victory here for Gryachkina. So all the congratulations to her fans, and also Tanjonki against Katerina Lagno. It's going to be a thriller tomorrow, starting the usual time. Hope you liked it, and come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you guys on YouTube and also on Twitch chat to be with us all this time. Big thanks to our production team to giving us all these nice videos and interviews and highlights too. Thanks very much, Artur, for very interesting insights and very interesting analysis. I think it's now time to say goodbye and see you guys tomorrow at the same place.